Okay, good morning and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School Board special meeting. Special board meeting. Instead of using the Zoom platform, we will be using the Cosumnes Community Service District streaming service. You can access the live stream link from the district's website or directly through CSD's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. Public comment information. During special board meetings, the public may make public comments on items that are on the agenda. Individuals with comments on general school district issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing from children to adults are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. And we will now do the district's land acknowledgement.
We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you. And now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Superintendent Hoffman.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And I'll turn on over to Superintendent Hoffman to give an overview of the day.
Thank you very much. Well, welcome to Election Day. I'm not going to have a board meeting on Election Day. It'll help the day go through fast, so I stop stressing about the election tonight. So glad to have everybody here. So you can see we are well represented with our Piswa family here today. We'll be doing a special resolution today because it worked out best calendar-wise and their folks being here. So we'll kick off the meeting with that. And then we are back in the growth business with regards to student populations. And one of the things that happens along those lines is we talk new schools, and that's been part of the conversation we've had over the past several months. But one of the other things we do is look at our calendars with regards to some of our schools and see if there's a need to move any schools to a year-round calendar to increase capacity. So that'll be a conversation today, and then we'll do a little dive into some student data specific with CAASPP and the California Assessment for Student Performance and Progress, and also highlighting many of the other measures and metrics that we use to see how our students are doing, how our schools are performing. So that'll be the main event, and we will have a short closed session. Goal is to adjourn the meeting about 1 o'clock so folks can get on with their whatever they need to do the rest of the day with relation to the election. So that's our day today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would then like to call Mr. Singh up for the approval of National School Psychology Week resolution.
Good morning, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, colleagues, and staff. I'm going to take a moment and recognize my amazing colleagues who do amazing work every day to support our students and our staff. And we have about 80 school psychologists in our district who support kids from preschool all the way to 22. So I want to take a moment and recognize the work that they do and thank you. What you do. With that, I'm going to ask Ms. Natalie Watkins if she's available to come over to say a few words before we go into the resolution.
Good morning. The California Association of School Psychologists and National Association of School Psychologists proudly acknowledges November 11th through the 15th, 2024 as National School Psychology Week. School psychologists work to help children thrive in school, at home, and in life. This year's theme, Spark Discovery, recognizes the work that school psychologists do to help their communities seek out new ideas, effect change, and expand horizons for children and youth. Spark Discovery is meant to evoke a sense of pride in school psychologist science practitioner training. School psychologists are highly trained in database decision-making, including behavioral, operationalization and data collection and analysis. Join us by taking this week to embark on a journey of discovery, explore how each person can celebrate the work of school psychologists, and learn how school psychologists help students, families, and communities every day. As you know, thousands of school psychologists across the state, and a bunch here, provide counseling, assessments, consultation, and more. As with all school-based professions, we are most effective in our work through collaboration with school staff, families, and community members. We take this week in November to appreciate the challenging and rewarding work of school psychologists and thank them for continuing their goal of seeking out new ideas, working to evoke change, and helping the school teams expand the skills and opportunities of children and youth. We hope you will take this time to acknowledge all of the work school psychologists do and help support students and school communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Watkins. And with that, it's my pleasure to ask the Board of Education to adopt Resolution 33, 2425, recognizing November 11th through the 15th as National School Psychology Week.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Madam President, we have no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to adopt Resolution number 33, recognizing November 11th through 15th, 2024 as National School Psychology Week.
So moved. I'll second then.
Moved by Mr. Yang and seconded by Mr. Vargas. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you again for all of your work.
Thank you.
Just be ready to go. Picture. You want to do it outside? Hi, good morning. Nice to see you. Okay, you're going to come right up here. I don't know. I want to. I'll be in front. I'm happy to be your backup. This is mine. The district.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Great. How are you? Follow your lead, Lisa. I'm going to go back here. Want to make sure I can see it. Perfect. That's perfect. Okay. Have a great day, you guys.
You too. Nice colors.
Thank you. Thank you. And Lisa, I'm going to skip that slide. There we go.
I'm going to wait just a minute.
I can't believe they're not staying for this.
Okay. Dr. Coates, if you'd like to present on the elementary school calendar conversion.
All right. Well, good morning, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, staff, and community. Excited to be here this morning, as always, and today we're going to discuss school calendar conversions. I'll start by just sharing that today there's no recommendation for action. This is just asking the board to provide us with some direction to start in an engagement process. So today we're going to discuss calendar conversion and the decision-making process, the rationale behind year-round schools, which has been in Elk Grove for some time, the considerations we take in mind when changing school calendars, because it is a big deal to staff and our families. We'll look at a little bit of enrollment data from the schools with potential calendar conversions, and talk about a timeline to complete that should we move forward. So just to reiterate, this is just an overview of the process and getting direction, not for any action on recommendation. All right, so how do we go about thinking through a calendar conversion? It really is a three-step process. We examine our site enrollment data and our site capacity data, basically how many students can we have on site at any given time to determine whether or not we're looking at a calendar conversion. Then we go through an 18-month process. This is part of it, engaging our staff and our parents, getting some feedback on what the impacts of that change would be. And you'll see a timeline at the end. About a year from now, we would actually bring a recommendation for the board to consider for action. Why would we do year-round schools? Year-round schools offer some flexibility, both with school capacity and with school programs. So we'll talk a little bit about that. It really is a tool that we have. Elk Grove is a growing district. We're still in the process of certifying our CBEDS number, which is a really important number of enrollment for our schools, and we know that we're over 800 students from last year at this point. So we continue to grow in Elk Grove, which is really exciting, but that is where we run into some space limitations and capacity issues, which is why we're here today starting this conversation. When we use a tool like a year-round school to increase capacity, it increases our capacity by approximately 25%. It reduces the need to build new schools, and we know that construction costs are going up. The going rate for a new elementary school is anywhere between 65 and 78 million in our area. And so it does save us the need to just build new schools. It reduces the need for portables on our sites. Portables are helpful, but also not the greatest experience for students, not the best teaching and learning environment, and they're not as cheap as one might think. It's about $1 million all in to relocate, make sure we have all the utilities stubbed for any portable, and then any portables that we might own, we would want to, of course, bring up to standard so it does create a better environment. That's about $1 million per portable. It reduces administrative cost. The more schools you have, the more administrative costs that you have associated with it. And then it provides for some schedule flexibility for families, maybe there's some professional learning opportunities for staff. And the research is varied, but it can, in some circumstances, mitigate learning loss for fewer breaks throughout the academic year. So when we're thinking about changing school calendars, we're thinking about what I just discussed, but importantly, changes can be difficult and hard for families in the community, and so it's really important that we would get out and have those conversations. What it does allow, though, is for more students that live within their school boundary to attend their home school, their neighborhood school. It increases the enrollment capacity, I already shared that, by about 25%. Decreases the number of students on campus at any given time, giving it more of a small school feel. We take into consideration the matriculation of our elementary students going into middle and high school. I should clarify that when we're talking about a year-round calendar, we're specifically talking about our elementary schools. We consider the teacher planning time and then the regional articulation. There is a lot of numbers on here, and so I'm gonna highlight just a few. So what you're looking at, just big picture, is our schools that are currently on a traditional calendar. And then it also has in the columns, which I'll go through in just a minute, our school capacity, how many students we can have on at any given time. And then it has our enrollment projections. So we're gonna take Arnold Adriani. That's one school that we're going to share out today. And so just going from left to right to orient us to the table, we've got all of the schools on the left. What you'll see in the next three columns is our 24-25 non-certified CBEDS enrollment. And so you've got the total TK through 6th grade. We have offloads, which I'll explain in a minute, and it says net interest. Those are the intra-district transfers, and I'll explain all of that. And then you have the capacity. Again, that's how many students that you can have in a building. And then you can see we have it split between the traditional calendar, what they're currently using, and then what happens to that capacity when we move to a year-round calendar. And you can just see those increases just when you spot check. And then what we have on the far right were the enrollment projections that we used last year. So you can see 24-25, 25-26, and then 26-27. And projections are kind of like the budget. You use the best assumptions that you have at the time when you're doing the projections, but we look at residential growth, we look at how many buildings are, permits are going up, we look at where our regional special education programs are going on. So those are considerations that we'll talk through when we go through this. So I'm going to focus on two schools, Arnold Adriani. For our unofficial CBEDS number, we were at 944 students this academic year. Going to jump to the far right. When you look at the projected enrollment in 24-25, just want to say we projected a year ago to be at 941 students. We were 3 off, and that planning team is actually right here in the room. It's actually pretty incredible. So we're close. It's not like perfect, but it doesn't get much better than that. When we look, going back to the left, we look at offloads. So offloads are when a school has reached capacity, we will move students to another school for that where there is space. And we try to do it as close to the region as possible. We provide transportation for those families, but that's what we mean. When we said that there are offloads coming, that means that we have 30 students from Adriani that we are moving to other schools. Then when you look at the net intras, those are the students that when you're already assigned or living within the Elk Grove unified boundaries, but you want to attend another school. And so you go through the inter-district transfer process. And so you can see we have 41 students that are transferring into Adriani. Now, why would we, if we're at capacity, be transferring students into Adriani? Common things that come up are availability in transitional kindergarten. It could be housing a special education program. We really try to keep our special education students in one school for their entire duration of those specialized programs. And it could be a child care waiver that they go through this process. So those would be reasons why we might be bringing students in when a school is reaching capacity or at capacity. So just keeping moving through from left to right. On a traditional calendar, we have 926 capacity for our students. So you can see that even in this academic year, we're already exceeding the capacity that we have. When we move to a year-round calendar, we move to about just over 1,100 student capacity to accommodate that growth that we're expecting to see not only in the current year, but also in the outgoing years. Okay, so pausing there, and I'm gonna jump down to Franklin, because this is the big data slide, and then we'll go through some of these considerations. So Franklin is the other school we're really looking closely at, and so you can see our seabeds number at Franklin was 932 students. We are offloading 39 students, and we have 67 students that we're moving out for interest, for interdistrict transfers. And so our capacity for the traditional calendar is 974 students, so there's still a little bit of capacity, although you look at the offloads and the intras, and that's helping with that. And then you look at what it would do if we converted that to a year-round calendar. That would give us capacity over 1,200. And you can see that the growth is happening over the next 3 years. So moving in, kind of zooming out to big picture, I'm not going to go through all of those traditional calendars because those are really the two that we're focused on. If we were to move to convert these two schools from a traditional calendar into a year-round, that would mean that Elk Grove would have 11 traditional calendars, 21 with these two, and potentially a grant line in the future will be a future discussion, 22 year-round calendars, and then we still have 11 that would be on a modified traditional calendar. So should we go through this engagement process and bring a recommendation forward, it would look something like this, and it would really be based on long-term enrollment projections because we're currently exceeding capacity at Adriani. In this year, we've been able to manage that with the offloads, the intra-district transfers, but we do have new residential development within its boundary that we're watching really closely. Franklin, kind of the same situation. Right now, we have the capacity at school, but we have substantial new residential development, the Bilby Ridge and the Elk Grove crossings that are going to impact that in the years to come. So if we were to move forward, there's a lot of text on this slide, so my apologies for that. We've been working for several months, looking at our projections, looking at the numbers, working with elementary ed and the entire cabinet team. What does this look like? Is it time to have this conversation? We did think that today was the day. If the board were to give us direction to move forward with an engagement process, from January through March, we would meet with site staff, we'd start to meet with families, and really start to better understand kind of the thoughts and feelings around a calendar conversion. We would start bringing forward information on what the community is saying and staff input throughout the summer months, July through August. And should it look like we're moving in that direction, start to have a transition plan, but bring a formal recommendation September of 2025. Per Ed Code 37611. So we do have Ed Code that we follow in a process like this. School would not start on a year-round calendar should we move in this direction until July of 2026. So it is a full 18-month process. And I think with that, I'll leave it there. See if there are any questions.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I will start down here with Mr. Yang. You want to start with Tony? Okay. All right. Mr. Perez, do you have any questions?
On this slide here, we have the new facilities plan, correct? We kind of correspond,
This is unrelated to the long-range facility master plan.
but when we get more students or the housing permits, things like that, it affects the facility plan, correct?
So the 10-year facility plan that was recently approved by the board back in July does incorporate residential growth. And if you recall, we did say that over the next 10 years, we'd likely need 10 new schools throughout that plan. This allows us to delay new construction, because should we not maybe move in this direction once we get some feedback and engagement, we might need 6 new schools.
So what I'm getting at is that I mentioned on Power and Road and Stockton Boulevard, there's new housing, low-income people, yet I have not heard anything of how that's going to affect in that geographical area. So how does that affect our master plan, and when is the master plan amended to reflect those new development of those new low-income housing in that area 1 which I represent? Because if you go back and look at the class sizes or those individuals that are transferring from traditional to year-round, and I was wondering, why don't we include data or another data set of those schools that are affected by those development? And for instance, on that Florin Road and Stockton Boulevard, now, what's the latest classroom ratio of students per classroom in those elementary schools? How are they affected? What's
Mr.
the
Perez?
latest outcomes? That's what I'd like to know, because what's the alternative if we have the contracted amount of students that we have already contracted with or negotiated with our teachers, and they go beyond those numbers? So what's our alternative year-round school is going to be? Do we put new portables? What's the solution?
So if we're not talking, so I can tell you our planning team is looking at the entire 320 square miles of Elk Grove, looking at all the developments, any infill developments that are going on. There's what we have in Elk Grove is what the entire state experiences. We have enrollment decline in some areas and enrollment growth in other areas. And so if we're not here talking about the impact of that residential growth, it means that we have the capacity within the sites that we have right now to address that. And the capacity, even with these schools, doesn't change the staff to student ratio, because that's governed by our collective bargaining
Mr. Perez, as we do the work consistently and ongoing, we're always looking at the new developments and that work as we're figuring out what the new projections are going to be. So we're following that across the district. We're bringing these 2 schools forward right now because they're in the middle of a growth spurt, and they're up against their capacity issues. Other schools where we have some infill growth happening, In some of those neighborhoods, you would have declining enrollment if those infill projects weren't happening, because many of those neighborhoods are aging out, and so you'd have a traditional declining enrollment in those areas. So it actually, in areas like that, oftentimes they'll kind of offset what might be a decline in that area. But we're paying attention to every school in the district and their capacities, and if we needed to make an adjustment somewhere else in the district, we would bring that to the board. But these are the two schools that are top of the radar right now.
Yes, I understand that. I'm trying to get this on your radar for Region 1.
It's on our radar.
Because right now, I have not received any reports or any student impact as a result of those new developments. And I haven't seen that. I requested a actual copy of the master plan, and I wanted to look at that master plan. I have not received it. I called the district office, and I wanted a printout to look through that again to see what impact these schools within Area 1 are affected. And when I look at the matrix of these elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools, especially in elementary, they're almost at the verge of beyond 28 per students in these classrooms.
That's not true.
Yep. Well, look at it. It's on the matrix.
Not
It's a
true.
report.
So, Mr.
Department of
Perez,
Education.
right, you
Look
asked
at it,
for
please.
a printout of 542
They're on
pages.
the verge of going overboard.
They're not on the verge of going overboard. We're watching it on an annual basis.
So what's
I
the
asked you-
alternative of having classroom sizes for for this area? What were
The
you
same
going to
as
do
it
when they
is.
go overcrowded?
It's the same as it is for any area. We could make calendar changes.
Right?
We could
We
adjust
go year-round.
boundaries.
Most of them are year round.
So we could do calendar changes. We could make adjustments to boundaries.
Okay.
Those are options, or we could build new schools. Those are kind of the three solutions we have. There's no need right now in Area 1 for building of new schools.
And I also want to talk about Area 3 too, because when I looked at the matrix of Area 3, Valley High and the elementary schools, they're almost capacity per classroom. So, and
There's
Anna
no such thing-
Kirchgater,
there's no such thing as-
and Anna Kirchgater is almost, there's no room to build. It's almost the capacity. I mean, you can't, unless you go up, and you cannot go into the yards, the play grounds, because there will be no room for playgrounds. So there's some schools within Region 1 and 3, they're over capacity. So what's the plan?
There are not.
You're getting there.
Okay, so Mr. Perez, do you have any questions about the information that was presented today?
Yes, that is today's business, but yet I'd like to see a report on that issue. So, on page 7, why don't we could get classroom size per elementary school here? Is there any? I know we have data for these schools. What's the capacity of these schools, of the present one that what's the capacity of these two schools to verify? And what are the criteria in which we are choosing to go year round on these? Besides overcrowding, what's the criteria?
We look at so if you go to the middle of the table under capacity, we take a look at the traditional calendar. We look
Right.
at how many classrooms that we have, and then we do use our collective bargaining agreement to see how many students can we load. That's not a great term, but that's kind of
That's what I'm talking about.
the technical term. And so we can have
How much?
928 students at
Yeah.
Arnold Adriani in a traditional calendar. We know that this year alone, we had 944 students there, so we're over capacity at Adriani. And so if we move to a year-round, that multi-track year-round, we expand our capacity to 1,150.
Right.
One of the strategies we use prior to making a calendar change, because a calendar change is a big deal,
Right.
we want to make sure that it is something that's going to happen multiple years moving forward, because we don't move schools on and off of year-round. Once you move to year-round, we make a guarantee that we'll be there for a significant amount of time. So leading up to that, we'll do offloads. And so we'll have new folks that are in the area will actually attend another school close by. But you get to a point where you need to make a decision about whether you expand capacity so those students that are having to offload can actually stay at their resident school. The multi-track year-round system allows us to do that. The other advantage, just long-term, for the long-term health of the district that the year-round schedule does for us, if you look at districts around us who have aged out and don't really have a lot of new construction going on, you see them having to close schools because they have declining enrollment going on and they have more schools than they need. One of the advantages of the year-round model is we build fewer schools than we actually need. We need 5 to 7 additional schools actually up and running to be able to house all of our kids on a traditional calendar. And the $70 million per school to be built would be one expense, plus all of the additional costs for staff and electricity and all the other things go along. So we save a significant amount of dollars within our budget by doing this as well. In the very, very long-term future, we're talking 40 or 50 years down the road, 100 years down the road, when we actually max out and we get to a point like every other district does where all the housing that can be built in Elk Grove Unified has been built, we will not have too many schools in place for when declining enrollment happens because of the use of the year-round schools. So as challenging as the year-round schools can be from time to time, and in the end it ends up being 50% of the people love it and 50% of the people don't. It's interesting how it kind of works out every time. But the long-term fiscal health of the district, having this alternative in place for us is really, really important.
Well, I myself, as a parent, I've gone through this, and I experienced this and sat on PTA meetings and all that. That's what it is when we have growth, one of the fastest growing cities within the United States, and we still need smart growth, so-called smart growth. And so, but like I said, I would like to see the classroom size of those 2 schools and also see that criteria of all the criterias that you had when we transition to year-round. That's what I'm looking at.
Thank you.
So I could analyze that because I think it's like I said, I think some of our schools are almost maxed out. For instance, in my area, especially Area 3, Mac Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very good report, as always.
Good morning. My first question to you is, when did your discussions begin with your staff with respect to the development of this report?
They're ongoing. So every few months, we're taking a look at the numbers. We're looking at the residential growth. So they're kind of behind the curtain. There is a standard presentation that we have that we're constantly updating and looking at the numbers. So couldn't really say a specific point of time. It's something that probably every 3 months we're taking a look to see how the numbers are moving and shifting.
So it's safe to say that 3 months ago you made a decision to come forward with this presentation?
I think it's something that we've been continuing to look at. We wanted to see where our seabeds numbers were to see if they were consistent with our projections. And so that just took place. We just got those seabeds that first Wednesday of October. And so as we've been doing our cleanup and those sorts of things, again, seabeds isn't certified yet. We're getting really close to that, but when we started to look at where our seabeds landed, we felt more confident.
So it's safe to say that the discussions have been ongoing.
Yes.
Okay, I find that really interesting because teachers and parents at Adriani are concerned about the possibility of a year-round calendar. And when I brought that concern forward, I was told, well, there's no discussions yet. So apparently the information I received was not completely accurate because the parents and teachers had wanted to move forward with discussions about the possibility of year-round. That just provides a tremendous amount of concern for me. One of the justifications, well, let me back up. There's a number of justifications in terms of issues that are seen as positive. You presented those. But there are also challenges that are not presented. Why are those challenges not part of the consideration?
Well, I would say for both positives and challenges, it's not an exhaustive list. I think when we say that that change can be difficult and that the work that we need to do to really understand the impacts to the community and families is kind of the next phase of this work, so we can really understand what the impact is going to have and fully understand the challenges.
But we already know the challenges that occur, and principals deal with them in different ways. Unity of staff or lack thereof, custodial issues. There's a number of things we're already aware of that present challenges that people do have to address. As we go forward in the discussions, and you come back with a recommendation, and this is just hypothetical, if the overwhelming majority of parents and staff say they don't want year-round, then it's up to you just to look at all that data and make a recommendation so that the final decision rests with the board as to whether or not we would go to year-round irrespective of the input.
So our job as staff is to go through this process, collect all of the information, both the quantitative and the qualitative information, present it to the board, and ultimately it is the board that makes the final decision.
One of the things that I had brought up a while back, and certainly was not, I don't recall it being addressed in the long-range facilities plan, was the Vineyard Point property that we had considered or were, had considered for a new elementary site. Is that area still considered a possibility?
I don't want to say yes or no because I'm not like 100% positive right here, but it's something we could look back into. I know we have a
Susan
lot
should
of...
know. Can I have her speak? Why is all this looking back and forth? Am I asking?
Because it's a question we
am I
didn't.
asking questions that we don't want to answer?
No, you're asking a question that you didn't know ahead of time, so we're trying to figure out who the right person is to answer the question for you.
Well, Susan,
Generally, we get the information ahead of time.
Can we defer this question and provide you with some information? Because we are watching that area. We have some ideas about it, but right now is probably not the time to bring those ideas forward because they haven't been, from the planning staff, we've been looking at that area. And I haven't even had discussions with Kristen about it. So I would feel a little...
But those discussions impact this discussion because we're talking about children in the same geographical area. Vineyard Point property, the identified property, and Adriani are not significantly far apart.
Correct.
So it does impact the decision on Adriani, and that was one of the issues that the parents brought up when they addressed their concerns with me about the possibility of year-round. So I do think that Vineyard Point should be entered into the discussion. Thank you, Susan.
Okay.
And my last point, and I'm just going to, I don't expect a response, is that one of the issues that has been brought up over time, not germane just to Adriani, is the fact that there are children attending schools that don't belong at that school. And the district made a decision quite a long time ago it was not going to act in a police capacity to address parents' dishonesty. The parents and staff that spoke with me, from their perspective, are aware of numerous children attending Adriani that indeed don't live within the attendance boundary. And those children impact numbers. And I've always believed that when we're going to look at issues like this, then we should look at all of the issues. And to me, that issue is outstanding. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's exactly what I was asking about. In the master plan, I would like to have a copy still that
I think we all got the
that
master
was
plan,
in
right?
my mind, that there was another elementary school geographically close to that one.
Chaitis Espinosa.
Thank you, Madam President. Good presentation, thank you. No questions. A few suggestions for the next phase for the outreach. Those of us in these fast-growing areas have a lot of communication with the families that we serve on this topic. One thing that I find helpful is explaining to folks how we find ourselves in this situation, how and why we got here, right? So kind of take a step back and explain that often, and maybe it's not unreasonable for them to assume is that we find ourselves here because the district did a poor job in planning, right? They don't know that the cities and counties that approve these housing units don't ask us our opinion. They don't ask, do the schools have capacity? Do you have somewhere to build a school? They don't, they don't know how this works. So I find it helpful to explain that piece of it to the families that are affected or potentially affected. You did talk about trade-offs, and Mr. Hoffman spoke a little bit more about that as well. When, I hope we present this to them as a holistic matter that yes, calendar conversions are what is being considered, and that is part of a menu of options, right? And they may like the other options even less. But it's important to let them know kind of the context in which we're operating. Building more schools takes more money and more time. It may not happen in the time frame that their kids are attending that school. Boundary changes, similarly, they may like that even less. And then you have it also in the timeline a little bit, but perhaps we could be a little bit more informative about how to navigate the disruption should we have to go down this road or one of the others, right? So even just high level, telling the employees like, look, these would be your options. This is, the steps that you would take. Same for the parents, right? Under the different scenarios, these would be your options. And I say that just because, it's even more daunting when it's just kind of nebulous change that you don't know how you would navigate. So I feel like folks would make a more informed decision when they're weighing in, when they understand exactly how they would fare under both scenarios or how they would navigate them. So yeah, tough choices ahead, but there are a lot of laws and regulations about how many bodies we can put in one room, and we're not going to exceed, what is permissible and what allows us to create a good educational environment. So we're going to have to avail ourselves of at least one of these options, and they all come with drawbacks. So the best that we can hope for, I think, is to make sure everyone understands all of the factors that are being weighed. So thank you.
Thank you for those suggestions.
Mr. Vargas?
Thank you for the presentation. I think when you've been in these conversations as long as I'm sure you and some of my colleagues have been, it's easy to kind of get further down the field. So one question I have is, when you talk about year-round, what do you mean? What is that? What's the difference?
Well, I'm going to actually defer.
Yeah, so a year-round school, what you do is kids are on one of four tracks within the school, and so at any one time, one of those four groups of students isn't attending school. So that's where you get the additional capacity that's allowed at a school because there's a group of kids that's not attending. So you do have a kind of a rotation through the school as one goes off, another comes back on. So again, advantages, disadvantages. To Mr. Forcina's point, you do have some staff that's not there together all the time. So there's challenges that go along with that. For families that have a student who's at the middle or high school on a traditional calendar and the kids on a year-round calendar, they don't match up. Advantages is you do have more regular breaks during the year instead of it all kind of clumped in the summer, the traditional summertime. But I would say as a dad back in the day, going to Disneyland in September is a really good time to go. So there's advantages. And that's why I say when you talk to the folks who are in these systems, in the end, there's some that are just that this doesn't work for us at all. But most folks end up saying the adjustment does work. And again, there's advantages. Like in my kind of quotes today, if I have one saying, there's advantages and disadvantages to both situations. But from a capacity standpoint, that's the reason we would look at going this direction.
But it certainly, I think the point that you're making is valid, which is that it requires some planning. And I know that I had one constituent who was talking to me about this, and it's what forced me to kind of actually learn about what year-round means. Because one of the challenges, of course, is that you end up on, with a student in a year-round elementary, but then you have another student who's in a traditional middle school or a traditional high school, and that requires some serious planning in order to get everybody in the same place at the same time when you need them to be, including one of my colleagues. So I think it's worthwhile as, in having this conversation is I think all of us are sort of on the same page, at the, if you'll excuse the sports reference, on the 70-yard line, but there are a lot of parents who are just on the 10 trying to figure out what the heck's going on and what we're talking about. And, so that's a worthwhile conversation. But, so for our purposes, I have two questions. One, I think, is, so what is, you said you're going to go and solicit feedback. What does that look like?
All right, I'm actually going to bring Miss Avey up because she has been through this process as a principal, and we'll be working together on this together.
All right, thank you. So 5 years ago, I was a director in elementary education and was part of the team that transferred Mary Tsukamoto and Samuel Kennedy. So at that time, when we would look at it a little bit differently, because we've learned a little bit since that time period, but we go out and hold meetings at school sites. So we invite the community. We do a separate meeting for the staff, and then we do a separate meeting for the community. We do a presentation similar to this. In addition, I think the feedback we heard today could really enhance the work we did in the past because it's really establishing the why. And then we go methodically through that, and then we give an opportunity for people to ask questions And we also do follow up with them. So there are, for the most part, the meetings that we've had in the past, families get their questions answered at that time. What's typically the most important portion of it to them is how they're going to get assigned their track. And one of the things that we moved to at that time, which was also the process we've moved to with kindergarten, is the randomization process. So parents are able to put in their track preference from A, B, C, D, or D, A, B, C, and then we work with tech services to be able to provide that to them. One of the things that our team has been talking about, if the board asks us to continue with this process, is probably holding some in-person meetings in addition to some virtual meetings. We have found that through Zoom and the recent pandemic that allows more people to be able to come out and be a part of the conversation. So it's just looking at different ways to reach them. But it's really, the meetings they're formal in the sense that we provide information, but they're informal because we bring our team from elementary education, and then Kristen and facilities team comes, so that any questions that people need to have answered, we can answer at that time. And if we don't have the answer, we follow up with them directly.
And so my guess is, at least from what my colleagues were saying already, is that we're going to have, a decent number of folks who are very passionate in one direction or the other. So what are we doing to sort of dig down and get the folks who maybe aren't paying as much attention, or aren't as engaged, or maybe have less of an opinion? Like, how are we finding those people who are not necessarily the loudest voices in the room?
Yeah, and that might be a new piece because we now have a FACE department that we can work with our FACE team. But one of the things that we found when we moved to the randomization process is our front office staff, they work to get in contact with every single family, because every single family has to submit their request. We don't do that for them. So just that process alone is a way that we're able to reach out to people and hear their concerns. I will say, from the past, and just being a long-term employee of the district, going through teaching at year-round schools, traditional, my own children went through the school, working in an administrative capacity, it works out. It works out. People have their concerns. We work with them individually. There's been times where we might have had some workaround for specific reasons for a family that's just something different. But we keep having the conversations. We keep reaching out until we can kind of get to a yes with everyone.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. And
I'd like to say something regarding that. That's exactly what I went through. The bottom line, people do not like change, and they try to fight it. But once you sit down with the staff at the schools, and the teacher and the vice principal, whoever, you sit down and you have 4 tracks, so 4 calendars, and then you look at what's best for your family. In my case, my 2 kids were about 2 years apart, one year different grade level, and at first. And I've seen other parents, like you said, go through this, and they're looking at it. They might have 2 parents working, and it all works out. I eventually liked it more than the traditional year because we have learning loss within the 3 months when they're off. They're constantly in school learning.
Thank you. So I'm looking at the timeline now, the timeline to transition. So where in this process do we make a final decision? I guess, let me change that question slightly. What are the points in the process in which you guys are going to come back to us seeking feedback or our approval on something?
So we would start, should the board give direction today, we would start to schedule those meetings, talk about transition planning, those sorts of things, January through March, and then we would begin in spring through summer, that April through June. We'd start communicating that through board communications, those types of discussions, just to provide an update. We would not make a formal recommendation until September, so we would have different touch points basically from the spring all the way through September to understand, get the pulse on how everyone's feeling about it.
And so we would be expected to approve or disapprove at that time when we got the
September.
recommendation. Okay.
Of 25.
Okay, so we have a little bit of a runway here, and so to my colleague's point, we can explore multiple options in tandem, right? We have some time and if it turns out that that the community is not supportive of this idea, right? We have some time to sort of unwind, before anything is final.
Yes, it is pretty much a full 18-month process to give us all of that time. As I said before, enrollment projections are just based on assumptions that we have at that time. We have a really good team. They're really close, but anything can happen. And so we'll be taking those months to see how is development progressing or is it stalling, just to see if anything is changing as we move forward with the process as well.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you. I think some points that stand out to me is that it is an 18-month process. There will be time for a lot of care. I think when we present to Ms. Chair Espinoza made some really good points. I think we also need to let them know and work with our child care on site, because that's your stress if you're a working parent. What am I doing with my child during this time period? And that child care system we have at Adriani needs to be aware of what's happening and what they can provide to help our families. We have done this many times. We've done this while I've been on the school board. And I actually taught DTRAC and loved it. I mean, having February and October off was fabulous. I think there is a true challenge when you have kids in junior high and high school, and I don't make light of that. But we do keep families on the same track. That's like a #1 concern. Oh my God, I'm going to have a kid on B track and D track. I think that needs to be made very clear. And I think there might be some value in going back. You talked about going to some parents in Tsukumoto and finding out what their concerns were, and possibly even asking one of them to speak from a parent point of view, because it's easy for us to say, and I think it's very clear the value in this, but we have to add the humanity layer on top of it and the care of a parent. And my #1 concern is my child and how I work to make my child's experience the best and what I can do to support my child. And so we really need to address that as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Good morning, and happy Election Day to everyone. I think my colleagues make some really good point. I just like to chime in that, anytime we have or going to have change or changes, we're going to have positive, negative, we're going to have challenges and opportunities all together. And this is no difference from that. And I think that, the fact that I am a parent with 4 kids, and I think there are parents in our school district that also have few kids, and with different ages, attending different grade levels, I think we have to keep that in mind as well. So to the point that my colleagues already make, as far as making sure that we be inclusive, as far as informing our parents, perhaps maybe students as well, that because this is going to have a kind of like a domino effect. For example, the older kids who have kind of traditional school years, I should say, and then you have younger, their younger siblings going to a year-round school. That may conflict, kind of like summer planning and so forth. Could be, who knows? But I think being prepared and also giving that stretch of the 18 months that we have left to really doing some informing work and collect data. I think that really to our advantage and to everybody's advantage. So that part itself just had to be very methodical about it and make sure that it's effective. And I think that I'm positive that once you do those homework and get some feedback, I think more time than not, I think we'll be all right. So, yeah, I think we're going to be okay. However, you did mention about building a new school and so forth. So I know that we may not do that because of, so this is to prevent for doing that, right? That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, I think Superintendent Hoffman said it best. This is a tool, right? So you can build a school, you can change boundaries, you can drop portables, or you can convert a calendar. So this is one of a menu of options to be able to consider. And from a financial perspective, it's a lot more cost effective for us to do this. But I like the humanity aspect. We know that we just don't make business decisions. We go and see how it's really going to impact our community and our families to better understand how we can either ease that or take a look at some of the other options on the menu.
Right, and that's another piece to keep in mind is, 320 square miles is we have other areas of the district that are growing even faster. So our initial piece right now, we already have in the works the next elementary school, which will be in the Rancho Cordova area, where we have 2 schools that are already year-round and at capacity. So we need to be able to build capacity there. We know the Southeast Policy area behind CO is growing quickly. The Franklin piece will actually help with that a bit by increasing capacity before the next school goes in there. And again, if we move forward with the Adriani, same thing. It'll give us more time before needing to figure out where that next elementary school is. But we're not at a place yet to have made a decision or recommendation where the next one is going to go. But there's a possibility.
Yeah. So in that aspect, I know that we try to incorporate a new system to make things work, and it is very costly. As you mentioned, 65 to 80 million to build a new elementary school. And, from the positive standpoint of view, if we do have money, I think that, it's actually a very positive thing, seeing that our school district is growing and able to provide new schools to kids. I think, that provide a lot of positives as far as, growth, as far as providing jobs for our union employees and possibly even contractors. So anyways, but I like the fact that we have some times and we are deep diving and have some time to, make sure that we got the proper data. So thanks, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I feel like I've experienced all of these points that you touched on, moving to this, to Elk Grove and having to understand track schools. We were offloaded. And so I've experienced all of these things. I have a high schooler and an elementary school, student. So I think, as we've said, trying to figure out how to make this work. I think that one thing that hasn't been mentioned is the support from the community. When you look at CSD and other child care organizations, they jump in and provide B-Track summer camp or B-Track fall, So there's a lot of support from the community to help when your children are off track. And also just the willingness when we have had to figure out how to move back and forth from different schools, and the principals and the staff being willing to say, oh yeah, let's figure this out. You have 2 children. We want to put them on the same track. We want to make sure everything we are dealt with in, a case-by-case basis. And the constituents that I've had contact with who have had issues, as soon as I connect them with the right people at the school, they've been able to address their needs. So I think, again, it's change is hard for everyone, but I think when we do it with care, when we do it with humanity, and when we look at the support that is not just the school, but the community at large, it makes it a lot easier. So thank you, and yeah.
Thank you.
And now I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. It is now 10:10, so we will reconvene at 10:20. Okay, we're going to reconvene. If we can get everybody back to the dais. Thank you. Our next presentation is the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, the CAASPP update. Mr. Cerruti.
Good morning, and thank you, Madam President. And good morning, board members, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. Greatly appreciate this opportunity to share information and engage in a discussion with the board. Before we just dive in, just a bit of background, and that is, so before we just jump into student performance in the CAASPP test, the Common Core, I had to do a bit of thinking because it seems like it was just a couple of years ago that a few of us were over at a hotel right off of the freeway having conversations about the Common Core with the community, except that was 2010, so it wasn't a couple of years ago. And with the new curriculum, then what followed was the need to update the state student assessment system. And so with that came the Smarter Balance, that was our CAASPP test, which is designed by the Smarter Balanced Assessment Consortium. So just a little bit of information, that's 3rd through 8th grade in math and ELA, along with 11th grade. And then there is a science test. There's the CAS, the California Science Test, and that's at grades 5 and 8. And then you have to test once in grades 10, 11, or 12. We do it at 11th grade to keep it consistent with our 11th graders, with the exception of kids who may come in their senior year who have not yet been tested, and then we test them to make sure that we're testing all of our kids. And then the other thing about the, if you recall, prior to CAASPP were CSTs, the California Standards Test. And then it's really important to, and we aren't going to get into understanding exactly what those tests are testing. That would be that's a conversation in and of itself. Because if the CSTs had 5 different levels, so it was far below basic, basic, proficient, and advanced. The CAASPP score has 4. And as recent as September, the State Board of Education, part of their meeting was talking about the second level, which is standard not met. And there was the question about, well, what does it actually mean? Because the description of it is students demonstrate foundational grade level knowledge and skills with a limited range of complexity. And so trying to compare, so what exactly does that mean? Because they aren't necessarily below. They're actually, they have foundational skills. So there is this conversation going on. So I share that, not to be critical necessarily of the CAASPP test or CSTs, but to say there's a lot of work that goes into exactly what does this information mean, and what do they need to know, and how do we know that they know it and are able to do what we're asking them to do. And that's why CAASPP is part of our broader student assessment system that we'll be touching on. So I just wanted to give you a bit of the background regarding that. And so the full CAASPP data was provided, so anyone watching this or accessing the information, the full set of district data has been made available. The board has received that data as well, and that indicates the basic information about our math and our ELA and our math results, the latest results from 23-24, as well as our goals that had been set for 24-25. The distance from standard, just a bit of information regarding that. The standard was established 10 years ago, and Jeremy, thank you for being here, by the state, correct? That's okay. The distance from standard when they did that was state defined, was it not, or was it the actual consortium itself? Thank you. And so when SBAC was developing the assessment, then what they did is they were administering the test, and they literally were looking at what point do kids start to struggle with the questions themselves, and that's where then they were benching what they would say is this is the standard. And so those goals that we have there are our distance from standard. What we would like is all of our kids ideally are at standard or above standard. So I just shared that with you. That's not a locally set or even a statewide set goal, but rather it's part of the SBAC system. So one of the things that the board has asked, and as recently as just earlier this morning, I sent a board communication, and for the public who may be watching a recorded a recording of this, we provide Board of Education information on a regular basis, and in particular on Fridays, and there can be lots of data that we share with the board. And accompanying that data, it's fairly recently, I would say a few 2 to 3 years ago now, that the board requested that in addition to all of the data, the last section in those are resulting actions, the last section of the BC. And it's a good question that the board is asking, because it's one thing, what do the numbers look like? It's another thing to say, what are you doing as a result of that information? What are we changing? How are we trying to improve? That's actually the focus of what we're talking about here today. And so just a bit about the 2 questions about, just going back really quickly, how does the data influence decision making? I'm going to touch on that, and then I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Avey and the full team of outstanding educators who are going to share information with you regarding that second question, what are we doing as a result of the data? So this is, I won't be going through this line by line. This should be somewhat familiar to most of our board members. It's a simplified version of a continuous improvement model that we use. Our model continues to be somewhat refined. It's in alignment with a number of continuous improvement methodologies. This was originally adapted from what's called human performance technology that comes out of the International Society of Performance Improvement. So it's a proven methodology. Those basic questions are pretty simple, but they're also extremely, extremely important. So shifting over to a comprehensive data analysis, we look at input, we look at output, we look at outcome data. Those are 3 different data sources. I always encourage people, if folks say that they are database decision makers, I don't say I don't trust them, but there's always a good question to ask, which is, so tell me exactly how you define your data sets and how you use those data sets. Education, in my opinion, for years, based most of its decisions on outcome data. And as you see right there, input data is what we invest. Typically, it's people, time, and money in our business. Outputs, human and material resources are the types of inputs. Outputs are what we do, and the outcome is what we accomplish. CAASPP is an outcome data set that enables us to make optimal decisions. And our belief is that if we make good decisions and our programs continue to improve, so will our kids. This is a bit more of a detailed analysis, and I just wanted to insert this so you can see that this directly aligns to both of the 2 previous slides, but in particular, the current performance level. That's the only thing you can really tell from outcome data. It will tell you this is how you're currently doing. What's really important to understand is that it's the output data that actually determines cause. It's really important to understand that, because educators for years and educators currently, and there certainly can be people who could disagree with me, but our teacher and administrator programs don't necessarily train people to do this type of work where they're actually clearly understanding when and how to conduct a cause analysis, and there's more than one way to do that. And if you don't do that, and the only thing you do is you have outcome data, you're guessing at solutions. This is what we'll do. And the other thing that happens is you rely too heavily on your own experience, and what comes with that? But bias. And so actually the social science and human sciences followed natural sciences, and there's been some tremendous things that have happened as a result. So the other thing I'd mention is you can see program leads in step 4. That's things like our directors of our multilingual education, for example. But then you say SIS, that's the Student Improvement Support Department, and pre-K-12. And so all the connection that gets involved with really starting to determine what we will do at our schools, that's where that work takes place, and it's very, very cyclical and very, very intentional. In terms of human data, or input data rather, I mentioned human resources and material resources. output data, I just put some information about our program implementation continuum. This is how we measure programs. And I won't go through those line by line, but this is how we actually develop them. Programmatic deconstruction, and then determination of value of various elements of those programs. And really what we're doing is we're defining fidelity of implementation. Somebody asked the question, so do you have a school that has a really good multilingual education program? If our answer is yes, then the question should be, well, what are they specifically doing? What do you mean by good? Or what do you mean by great? And that's what we've done to define those. This is an indication of those, we refer to them as PICs, that have been developed and are in place. You can see them from teaching and learning down to advance our AVID program. And we'll touch on the impact of some of these, but for example, the teaching and learning PIC is providing incredibly valuable data to us in terms of the implementation of our instructional framework and the acceleration that it's having with typically underperforming and underserved kids. And then you can see some PICs that are in development. It's a lot of information on this slide, but I wanted to point out that CAASPP is one of 36 LCAP metrics. We highlighted the specific CAASPP information there. And most of these, if you look, not all of these are student-based, the majority are. If you look at the first 4, they are not student outcome-based, but if you look at 5 through 15, under Strategic Goal 1, those are all student outcome-based. And then 16 through 19, really important, because those are metrics that we have that are actually talking about the development and advancement of our accountability system. So just briefly, accountability and responsibility are words that are used interchangeably. Oftentimes you'll hear that I'm going to hold them accountable. We view it in our world, and it's fine if people use those interchangeably. However, if you look at the Latin roots of those words, accountability means to count. Responsibility means to respond. And so Jeremy Hinshaw is the one who is responsible for the development of our district's accountability system. And there are others in my colleague, Dr. Coates' world. They certainly have accountability systems in the various programs that they have, but we should think of accountability as counting. And responsibility, what people typically mean is I'm going to hold you responsible for what you did or you didn't do. So that's really what it is. And so the accountability systems, that's what this all is. This is the accountability system that we have. Just want to point out Strategic Goal 2, 3, and 4, predominantly those are all school related. You will see in Strategic Goal 3 a facilities LCAP goal. Some of those are set by the state. Just wanted to point out that all of our data, whenever we're looking at kids, we look at those ethnic groups. Those are established by the state. And that data is analyzed at the school level and the district level. And we're beginning to move further, even more deeply into classroom level. We have the opportunities and the options to begin to look at classroom level information. And just wanted to point out that there are additional performance. I just grabbed a few of those. So it just points to A to G completion rates, and we can look at where advancements and progress are being made. And I'm not doing this to try and cover up or say, to go right back to the beginning. If somebody only looked at our English language arts or our math performance levels, and if it was that, so are you saying that only 50% of your kids can read and write and only 40% of your kids can do math? Would we be satisfied with that? The answer is no, we wouldn't. But is that what that means? It's not that simple. That isn't necessarily what it means, but it is an important part of our overall data set to analyze student performance. And what's most important is obviously the student outcome. That's why we come to work every day. We're a learning system. We're not a teaching system. Teaching is the output. Learning is the outcome. We're a learning system, But what we're going to focus on now is we're going to focus on, so what are we doing? And this is where we believe we are. I firmly believe, and I can look at all of you and board members and look at you in the eye, and if you say, are you doing the right work? My answer to that is yes. We are doing the right work. And am I optimistic we're going to continue to see results and continue to see improvements with our kids? My answer to you is yes. And so I would ask you as a board to continue to question. What are you doing and why are you doing it and how do you know it's working? Really important questions, and we have to have the answers to those questions. I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues, and we're going to shift as what are we doing as a result of this data. So I'll ask my colleague, Ms. Avey, to come up and move into the second portion of the presentation.
Thank you so much. All right, so this is the exciting part. We get to highlight some of the things that we are doing as a district to improve outcomes for our students. So just to ground ourselves, I want to bring us all back to during the past school year, we did a variety of presentations where we went over MTSS and the 3 frameworks that make up MTSS. So you see up there we have our framework, and we have the instructional framework, we have our CAASPP framework, and what guides us with behavior around PBIS. There's 2 functions of MTSS, and most people are very familiar with the process. One of the things we want to really emphasize today is MTSS as a framework. So when we think of it as a framework, we think of it as a guiding tool for the work we do at the district level, but also the work that's done at each of our individual school sites. It's the policies, the practices, the structures that we have in place district level, but our site leaders have in place as well. And then when we look at MTSS as a process, just as a reminder, that's how we identify and look at data sources to get individual support for students. Okay, so today, again, we're going to really focus on the framework side of it. So MTSS is a framework when district level supports are aligned with school site supports. It is the way that we address needs of all of the students who come into our school system. It is the way that we can align all systems, and so that we can build a greater coherence for not just our site leaders, but for the families and students who attend our schools. It's also an accountability, as Mark would say, and our responsibility, because we're looking at the continuous improvement. It's all based on data sources and data decision-making. That data decision-making is not just done at the school district level. Some of the same systems we use here are done at individual school sites. And the whole purpose of that is to seek better outcomes for students by making sure they have the right resources and supports when needed. So when you look at MTSS as a process, this graphic has been shared with you in the past. You can see that we have the 3 tiers that are in there, and then you can also see that we have added in some different components where we have some team meetings in order for teams to come together before seeking supports for kids. This is just to ground you again that Tier 1 is for all students. Again, it's what a school site has in place that we would expect every student at that site to be able to benefit from. And Tier 2 is for fewer students, and Tier 3 is for the least amount of students, okay? When we think about our multi-tiered system of support, we're going to go a little bit backwards today. We typically start at Tier 1, the foundation, but today when we present to you, we're going to give you kind of a brief overview of Tier 3 and just some examples of what that looks like within each of the 3 frameworks, just as a refresher. We'll do the same thing for Tier 2, and then the team will give you some greater examples of the actions that are going on to support Tier 1. Tier 1 is the prevention work we do, so that students do not need access to a Tier 2 or a Tier 3 intervention. So if you look at Tier 3 up there, around academics, what that may look like is a student who has a paraeducator. So that's the most restrictive and most intense and individualized support that could be provided. It could be a student who is going to the Learning Center. It could be a student who, after working through the system, has qualified for special education and is actually in a self-contained classroom where their needs are being met. When we look at how we the needs of students in the social emotional range, it would be individual counseling. It would be seeking ERMS, educationally related mental health services for a student. We might be doing outside referrals to extend that need for social emotional support that's beyond what the school district can provide ongoing. Behavior-wise, we may do a functional behavior assessment, which is really a tool to really analyze what's driving the behavior so that we can make sure that we have the right resources and supports in place. We may, from that or with that, create a behavior intervention plan. That could be a student in a general education setting, and it could also be a student in a special education setting. When we look at Tier 2 for some examples, the academic range of this, some good examples we have right now are the academic intervention teachers. We have that at all 43 of our elementary schools that we've been able to highlight with some of the former ESSER funding and new funding in addition to Title I funding. So that would be small group instruction that's very focused on student need, and a student would cycle in and out of that. That would not be something they would receive all year long. At our secondary level, it would be an intervention course, a course that's there to remediate or set the stage for our next area of learning. Another example is the push-in class support we currently have in the K-1 world, where we have staff pushing in to support the classroom teacher so the teacher can provide academic instruction and they can work with other students. In terms of social emotional supports, that might be small group counseling. So students who are experiencing similar needs are going to come together and receive that, and that could be from one of our counselors at the elementary world, it could be a school psychologist, could potentially be a social worker at the secondary level. It could be one-on-one mentorship, someone on staff who is providing extra guidance and check-in support for a student. Some of the new work we've been doing that's really beautiful and could actually apply to all of these areas is restorative circles. So that can be done in the academic range, social, emotional, and behavioral. And then if we move over to that last column when we're looking at strategic supports for kids, we have the check-in and check-out, which most people are really familiar with. It's an opportunity for students who are struggling behaviorally to be able to check in with a trusted adult, check in how the day's going to go, kind of set the stage for them, and then check out. So it's one-on-one there. It could be the intentional use of break passes, where students, in order to make sure they're getting enough movement or opportunity to kind of reframe, we set up a system where they can, run an errand at the campus or take a break to go somewhere. It could also be an example of conflict management. So the Tier 3 and the Tier 2, those are some of the things we're already doing. Those are clear and well-established. What we want to focus on today is what we're doing Tier 1. What are we doing to prevent for every single student so that they may not have to receive Tier 2 or Tier 3 services? And before I get ready to introduce the team that's going to come up and provide those details, I just want to take a moment that when we talk about MTSS as a framework, not as a process, but as a framework, the way we're organizing our schools, it starts in the classroom. A classroom teacher has the most contact with a student than any other person on that campus. It starts in the classroom, and it includes the following. So it's not only setting the expectation for behaviors, but it's the reminders and the modeling of behaviors. It's teaching that, it's acknowledging that. It's establishing routines and procedures that are predictable for kids and make kids feel safe and comfortable to come to school each day. It's providing the instruction, that first-time instruction, that is culturally and linguistically relevant and that's based on our framework. We have a framework that defines instruction, that research shows if you include these things every day in your instruction intentionally, kids will perform better. Learning will be clearer and easier for them. And it is also about social emotional learning. It's the direct instruction, but it's also the environment that is provided in a classroom so that students feel safe, and that when they're feeling safe and they're feeling valued, they're able to reach their academic potential. And with that, the most exciting part of the work is going to come next. And so I'd like to introduce, we have Lorraine Blomquist, who's our Director of Instructional Support, Tara McCartney, who is one of our coordinators, and Katie Thomas, who is an additional coordinator. And they're just part of the team that works on MTSS. The work at the district level includes school directors, it includes other directors from other departments. They're just representing the group of educators today. And Lorraine is up next.
Good morning. So Tier 1 is that preventative piece, right? We want to make sure that our Tier 1 is in place so we have less need for Tier 2 and Tier 3. What we have right there as far as an action, early literacy and the focus on the science of reading has been huge. We have made tremendous gains with our students who have teachers who've participated in that program. So we know it's working. When we have almost 500 teachers at the elementary level having had that kind of training, that's tremendous. So we really want to continue doing that work because we're seeing the data that comes out of that. For early childhood, this is where we're looking for our TK and our pre-K teachers. And so we have 27 teachers who have already completed that. We have 40 currently enrolled. So when we think about the importance of early childhood education and we think about students having access to curriculum, this is an access and equity kind of issue. Reading is an equity issue. The more that we can provide that access early on, it means that there are fewer losses having to do with, if I'm a student who struggles, I'm not gaining as much vocabulary because I'm struggling to decode, I'm struggling to comprehend. So I'm not making the kinds of gains that my peers are making in class. So that's why it's so important that we have that really strong focus on our early grades. Likewise, for our TKK and first grade, we have release days. So this is something that the two previous were opt-in, and we have a lot of interest in that. But TKK and first, we're doing something where all of the teachers in those grades are coming to release days. We're having one in the fall, one in the spring, and they each have elements of both literacy and numeracy. Because math is its own language, but as Mr. Suri mentioned, that the switch to the Common Core standards and then to the Smarter Balanced assessments, math tests look different. There's a lot of language that students have to be able to access in order to get to that test. In fact, I'm going to give you a little flavor of the language needs in the test itself in just a moment. Oh, the principal meetings, I did want to mention this. So we have, principals have to have all these skill sets, and you can't be everything to everyone at all times. So we know that it's really important to have professional development for our principals as well. So at meetings, we have people going in and doing demo lessons. So to help with the looks and sounds like of high quality instruction, especially for the foundational reading skills. So that helps with them to be able to give feedback to the teachers, ask questions to make sure that we're really basing everything that we do with foundational reading on the science of reading. We have common assessments in place. We can't know what we're doing unless we stop and we have some kind of metric and we have some kind of benchmark to be able to go back and be able to look where are students, and then now what do we do as a result of that? So we have a focus on our FIT teams, where we have trained teachers at every single site, K-6, and they lead, they facilitate the conversations with their teammates when they're looking at assessments. Okay, so if the assessments show us blank, what do we do as a result of that? So the stronger our teachers are at being able to be their own facilitators of looking at data and analyzing that, then the more we can focus that instruction on what's the reaction now as a basis of that. And years ago, it's not on the slide, but the whole idea of professional learning communities is based on that. It's one of the things in education that has a huge effect size in terms of student achievement, and when we look at student data and we make responsive kind of choices with that. we have built in this 2 years in a row for the LCAP that we're requiring 95% participation of all of our students in our district common assessments. We can't really get the best pulse, if you will, of where our kids are if we have mediocre participation in the assessment. So that became a really strong point, and there's a lot of communication with principals. They've built it into their LCAP, so that's part of that aspect of how we're training teachers because we have so much valuable data. The other thing about common assessments, when we're looking at administrative training, because ongoing, we're in the business of education, so we have to be lifelong learners. And as there are more tools that come to our table, we have to be proficient with that. So one of the things that we look at has to do with principal meetings and making sure they're adept at looking at our assessment system. So we've had professional development around them being able to pull their own Illuminate data, them being able to access reports. And there are a lot of reports. So some of the data, since we've had it, there have been 4.3 thousand active unique users in Illuminate. That's a lot of teachers using a system to be able to gather data from their students. We have 1.6 million student assessments that have been taken. So being able to use that kind of data, we've got it at our fingertips, so why not use it? And why not make sure that we're best at being able to do that by getting together and having PD around that? The next piece, just as far as tier one, and this is a flavor. We didn't put everything comprehensively, but these are big picture, big return on investment kind of things that we have for you. So when we look at TK-12 math and professional development, let me ask you to do a little mental math for me right now. If I asked you to divide 3 by 1/4, how would you do that? It's a rhetorical question, but I want you to answer in your head. How would you do that? 3 divided by 1/4. And if any of you start panicking and thinking, do I put something over 1? Wasn't there something about flipping? I can't remember. If there's any kind of panic revolved around that, that's because we were raised, at least I was, and been around 37th year in the district, raised on procedural knowledge, where there was such a focus on memorizing a formula, memorizing what to do. The Common Core shifted that, and there's a much bigger focus on conceptual awareness. By the way, the answer is you do put over 3 over 1, you flip it, it would be 12, because conceptually, if you said to yourself, if I have 3 pounds of hamburger, I'm gonna make 1/4 pound sliders 12. Because if you know real life applications, that's what we're teaching our kids. We're teaching them the conceptual and the real life kind of application. And that's part of the shift. But that's a shift that it means that teachers are learning something to teach in a way that they did not learn themselves. That's hard work. So part of our teacher training has to do with helping with the shifts that we see represented in our math framework. And the math framework just recently changed in 2023 to really, really focus on that and add really pedagogical kinds of help and support. Publisher training. Our books represent a lot of these shifts, so we need to be really good. We've had, this current year, we've had a new middle school and new high school math curriculum. It was last year, 2 years ago? Last year. Because in my job, I deal with everything a year before. So anyway, the previous year, brand new curriculum, K-6. That takes work to get to know and navigate new curriculum. So we've had publisher training with really high attendance level. So that's been happening in the past 2 years. When we move and we talk about some of the things that are happening with professional development, a couple things I want to note at secondary math level, building thinking classrooms. It's this concept of getting kids to do the work, productive struggle, but not productive failure. It's not about failure, it's about productive struggle. When we're grappling with something in our minds and we come to a realization, that's the kind of learning that really sticks in our heads. So that's the kind of learning we want to promote in our students to do the thinking versus more of the rote, stage on the stage, sage on the stage, copy notes from the lecturer or whatever I'm doing. We want kids doing the work. So we also have a newcomer math cohort. So these cohorts that are being built are teachers getting together, and it's not a one and done. One and dones typically have about a 10% implementation rate. So these are people who are coming together, and in between they have instructional coach support. So we're following models that make a difference that we know learning for the adult in this case really sticks. And part of it is seeing the excitement from the teachers who are participating, and it builds its own momentum because the Building Thinking Classrooms cohort is having kind of a life of its own because people hear from their colleagues how valuable it is, and they want to be involved in the next year. The instructional framework, we've talked with you about how significant that is. We know that when it's implemented, we see outsized gains for our students who receive targeted supports. That's phenomenal. 87% of the staff has completed that training. It's everybody, and we continue to have ongoing professional development. Our coaches are continuing to go back through. Principals are asking for that, so that's not a one and done. We're coming back. We have content steering committees where when we have, as our curriculum professional learning department, we talk about how do we build our site leaders up? How do we make connections? So one example that I'm going to use from math, I was recently CC'd on her email to her steering committee where she said, please review this description of practice. We're going to talk about how these two descriptions of practice about learning targets and success criteria can be reflected in our new curriculum. So bringing those constantly together, it means that it wasn't just a check mark. Check, I went to the learning target, PD, I'm done. It's bringing it back and making it recursive. That makes a difference. And so speaking about being recursive, and we're going to want to really highlight some really positive, exciting administrative training. So the font observations, font calibration has been a huge focus. This is our third year of having a PD series for our principals. And so the calibration piece is really getting principals to principals to dig into the principles of high quality instruction and being on the same page. Also, a piece of it, and this is what we're going to go into, and so Tara, I want to give you a little flavor of what some of the principals have experienced. Mr. Hoffman got to experience some of this recently. Now, keep in mind, this was a 90-minute training, and I'm going to do a flyby at 5 minutes with you. I'm sure you are an advanced group that will have no problem grabbing onto this. The font, I'm going to go back to that. The framework observation note-taking tool is just a way of going through to see, are we on the right page? All right. So depth of knowledge. This is how this fits in. This was a focus because the instruction matters, having things in place, a learning target, student talk, active participation. Is it on, are we giving kids access to the depth of what the standards are? Depth of knowledge kind of tells us that. So the active participation on your screen, you see a description of practice. There's a lot of acronyms. We refer to this as DOP. The third bullet down is the DOP of the DOK, the depth of knowledge. Depth of knowledge is really looking at, because our standards are complex, they are multi-layered. If we think that, oh, my poor kids, I just don't want them to feel bad, I want to work on their self-esteem, I'm not going to go to the depth here, I'm going to make sure that they're successful. We're providing opportunity gaps if that's our thinking. So we have to think about it from a point of view, just because they haven't doesn't mean they can't. And so they have to have access to depth of knowledge, meaning rigorous tasks. And so it's built into our description of practice, having to do with active participation. And this is as simplified as I can make it. The DOK, now this was a whole video, so I'm going to ask you to do a task. Principals had the benefit of a whole video. You just get me and a screen. Basically, DOK1. You know what? That's the question I'm going to ask you. You're ahead of me, Tony. You're ahead of me. I'll get there in a minute, okay? The first level, the recall and reproduction, it's simply like if I've memorized a formula and I'm just spitting it back, or a definition, that's kind of recall and reproduction. Level 2 means that I am using some basic skills. So for example, if I understood the concept of main idea in detail, then maybe as a student, I was given some things to sort into 2 categories. Put a main idea here and put the details over here. That'd be like a level 2 kind of task. 3 would be strategic thinking. So let me use the example I just gave. If I was teaching main idea detail, I just did a level 2 task of the sorting between, that's kind of like identifying and kind of using a little, some basic knowledge. If I asked them to rationalize, why did you put, and justify, why did you put the main idea here and the details here? How do they represent those principles? That would be an example of like a level 3 strategic thinking, a little bit more complexity. Extended thinking has to do more with time. So think about a research paper or building some kind of representative model and having a presentation to go along with that. That's where you're going to get your DOK level 4. All right, you ready for the quiz? No, I'm kidding, there's no quiz. There will be, it's safe space. So when we look at DOK, you have a blue sheet. I'll give you a moment just to kind of look at the bottom of this. While there are verbs that represent kind of a little bit of the depth, we don't land on the verbs. The pieces at the bottom really help highlight the difference between DOK 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'm going to ask you to look at that just for like 30 seconds. The next thing I'm going to ask you to do, again, this is the amuse-bouche to the 90 minutes full-on dinner that the principals had. You get just a tiny little bit. So this is a performance task from Smarter Balance. Students will be accessing this independently, directions and all. So, great minds there, Mr. Perez. What grade level would you guess this performance task to be? Go ahead and skim that over. Feel free to talk to a neighbor. Go to the last 2 pages, you'll see 2 of the questions they ask, and then the very last page is I'm just going to tell you, it's a level 4. It's a level 4 DOK kind of task. So you know that the test starts at 3rd grade, goes to 8th grade, and then skips at 11th grade. Just on a show of hands. I did this with the principals, and there's no expectation that you would know this. I didn't teach this to you, right? Showing your fingers, 3rd grade, 4th grade, 5th grade, 6th grade, whatever. You don't have 11 fingers. Elbow, go a level, elbow if you think it's 11th grade. Where are you? What grade level do you think this task is for? It's just a guess. This is a safe space. Got a 4, I've got 2 4s, a 5, a couple 5s, 6th grade. 4th grade, 6th grade. This is 3rd grade. This is 3rd grade. So the first time our kids ever take the ELA test independently, this is what they get. This is a test that does not represent only 3rd grade standards. This test represents K-3, education, teaching. It's a team sport. This is a K-3 assessment, right? So it's one of the things that we have to be thinking about rigor also. And it's one of the things we're really trying to highlight this year, because there's the instructional practices of what are they doing. Because I can have an engaged classroom, but if it's engaged at a DOK 1 or 2, then I'm not going to get the kids to where they need to be. This is also really hard because principals are being asked to be the instructional leaders then of this task and bringing teachers on board. And it's been a while since we've revisited the performance task. So anyway, just to give you a little flavor. Mr. Hoffman was a little bit nervous about that. Now this, I'm going to show this to you. I'm not going to ask you to respond. We asked the principals based on what what you've learned about the DOK. What level DOK would you think that this particular question was? It was a DOK 3. We had them work together as partners. What would you say that your for the writing assignment would be? It's a DOK 4. So I just wanted to give you a sense of what is faced by our students when they take the CAASPP, what it actually looks and sounds like, what we're doing kind of as a preemptive, the tier 1 part of work that's so important from the academic point of view. But we've got 2 other categories. We have SEL and behavior. So with that, I want to have Katie Thomas come up to continue.
Morning, everybody. Thank you. I was an elementary teacher, so I appreciate that for sure. Of course, when we are presenting on the CAASPP scores, the bulk of the time is going to be spent on our academic supports and the way that we support our educators in supporting our students, right? But we would be remiss if we didn't also touch on SEL and behavior, because without those things, our students are not getting the skills they need to learn. I want you all to think back about a time that you engaged in a productive struggle. Maybe it was when Ms. Blomquist asked you to divide 3 by 1/4, and the emotions that brought up for you, and whether those emotions were comfortable or uncomfortable emotions. I suspect, without even asking, that it was a somewhat uncomfortable experience. And if we're distracted by our uncomfortable emotions, we're not in the right frame of mind to learn. And I know that I've presented to you before, but I want to remind you that there's been a meta-analysis done of hundreds of different studies that show schools that implement a robust SEL instructional plan have 11 percentile points higher on their assessments than schools that do not. And our own internal data shows a positive correlation between our schools that have a robust SEL pick, the implementation is high, and their CAASPP scores. So it's not just these random schools out in the middle of nowhere, it's our schools that are impacted in a positive way by promoting SEL. Now, just like Ms. Blomquist said that we're teaching Common Core in a way that we were not taught when we were students, I think it's really important to acknowledge that SEL is a subject that was not taught to most of our teachers as students, and they were not prepared to teach it during their credential program. So supporting SEL right now looks like supporting our teachers in not only developing their own SEL, but learning how to develop it in their students. SEL has 3 different components that are there for you on the slide right now. It's not just directly teaching students how to manage their uncomfortable emotions so that they can focus on that productive struggle, but it's also creating a classroom that the California Department of Education describes as having the conditions for thriving. These are the conditions our students need to take those risks in which they become vulnerable during that productive struggle, right? They need to be able to ask questions. They need to be able to work in partner pairs and trust their peers. all of that requires social emotional competencies. And then, of course, in order to be able to engage in active participation partnerships, I do need concrete skills, relationship skills, self-management skills, and that is where the direct instruction comes from. And then finally, integration with our academics. So one of my favorite examples came from a first-year teacher in our district. She is a secondary teacher, a math teacher. And she said she had the students start their day by thinking back, reflecting on something they learned that was hard. Maybe it was riding a bike. Maybe it was a video game that they finally beat, leveled up, I think the kids say. And they just journaled about that while everyone was getting settled as a way to ground them in their new classroom environment. And then she said, so today we're going to learn something pretty hard in math. But you know how to struggle and learn hard things. So I want you to tap back into the way that you struggled and the confidence that you had in yourself when you learned that hard thing when we learn about math. I don't think it took more than a few minutes of her period, but she was able to help those students see that they have the skills they need to grow their knowledge. That's integration with academics. So we're teaching teachers how to do that right now. So the conditions for thriving are something that we've introduced at the last 2 pre-service days. So that's the day that we all get together and talk about how we're going to start our year. So it's not opt-in, right? Every teacher in the district has been directly taught what the conditions for thriving are. How to create shared agreements in the classroom is what we focused on this year, and gave them guidance on how to create those conditions for thriving as well as create shared agreements in their classroom. And our data shows that this is having a positive impact on our students, in that our students reported on the last Student Perspective Survey a 73% favorability that they feel connected or a sense of belonging in our school sites. I'm pretty excited about that. There's room to grow, but that's a decent number right there. And then as far as direct instruction, we 2 years ago, as a district, as a board, you agreed to purchase SEL curriculum for all school sites for the first time ever. In the past, it was just school sites who chose to spend their own site funding on that. And at the time, during the pre-service that year, at sites, they were able to choose how they wanted to engage in professional development on how to use that curriculum. So all teachers had the opportunity to learn how to use that curriculum. Now that was 2 years ago, and so many other priorities and initiatives come across their plate, not to mention we have a few new teachers in the last 2 years, right? So we've been able to continue that professional development by doing refreshes on the curriculum and having that count for the DEI choice credit, because SEL is a huge part of embracing diversity and creating welcoming classrooms. So we've had hundreds of teachers go through that curriculum training again over the last 6 months or so. And our data shows positive outcomes as a result of that as well. Our student perception survey data shows that they reflect on their own, the CAASPP 5, the self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. When they reflect on their own skills in those 5 core competencies, they indicate a 74% favorability rate. And then finally, integration with academics is our newest branch of professional development related to related to teaching social emotional learning. And we've taught multiple professional development courses throughout the years before DEI initiative came on board, and then during DEI initiative, and again, counting towards that work. And so we've done 4 classes called Innovating Education Through SEL, starting with relationship building, moving towards responding to bias, and then through trauma-informed education, as well as adult self-care. I cannot care for the well-being of my students if I'm not doing a good job of taking care of myself, right? And we've had 1,000 teachers or more participate in that series of 4. Not necessarily all 4, but each was an option. We've also done 2 courses on the integration of SEL, so we've had teachers look at their Common Core standards, look at the SEL standards, and start to make matches. What SEL skills do I need to learn that Common Core standard? For example, writing a persuasive essay in 5th grade requires that I reflect on the different perspectives of others and come to a coherent argument on what my own value system is, or what my own perception of the correct answer is. And then we have upcoming, as Ms. Blomquist alluded to, we had 4 modules related to high quality instruction. I'm sorry, 3, and we're writing the 4th as we speak on how to integrate supporting our students' social emotional skills. So before we ask our students to work in a team, giving them the skills they need to do that in a positive way. Again, our student survey data shows that there's a 72% favorability that our teachers are addressing social emotional competencies in class. The students are self-reporting that, yes, my teacher does talk about these 5 core competencies in class. Do we have work to do? Absolutely, but I'm really excited about the connections that our adults are making between our students' well-being and their ability to learn. And then finally, we have adult support as well that we've never had in the past. So we contract with a company called Empower You, which teaches our adult resiliency skills. They have 12 hours of salary advancement credit if they participate in the course, and one-on-one coaching from a certificated or licensed professional that helps them work on their own inner voice, their own ability to manage stress. And every person who responds in the survey always says, I can't wait to use these skills with my students. And we have 99% favorability as it relates to that course with our teachers. And we have more opportunities for teachers to participate as they wish. So that's how we're supporting social emotional learning so that we can support our academics. And I'll turn it over to Tara for behavior.
All right, thank you, Katie. So I have the honor of sharing about behavioral supports in our classrooms. And I won't belabor the point. I know PBIS has been talked about quite a bit here. We do have 66 of 67 schools that were acknowledged with an award for implementation based on the TFI data, and the 67th one was a paperwork processing error. The great thing about awards is it feels good, but then we want to use that data and we want to do something with it. And so we do offer a yearly training for our schools based on that TFI data. Behavior tends to come up first, and we see that first, even though there's so many underlying causes of behavior. I know even when Ms. Blomquist shared and asked you to share the grade level of that passage, you know, there was a reaction to that. I felt the reaction to it when I first saw it. And so when we can kind of pinpoint where that behavior is coming from, we can target the PD based on need and not just hoping that we got it right this time. So we also have restorative practices going on that's led by our equity department. And at this point, all of our school sites have been trained. They have a core leadership team that's been trained on Tier 1 restorative practices. And we did make some adjustments for Calvine, Daler, Cazadero, and Elk Grove Charter School because they have a unique context. So they adjusted a bit for that. But all of our school sites have had that core leadership training. And then all of our staffs will be trained over the next 2 years. So it's 4 days of training, 2 days over 24-25, and 2 days over 25-26, that they're going to be learning about Tier 1 restorative practices. And where Tier 1 is important is it's for everybody. So I watched a school staff yesterday engage in a community circle. And it's building that community amongst the staff members and also helping them to be able to do that with their students, so that when they're asked those tough questions, it's okay to have a reaction, and it's okay to feel a little bit nervous about answering a question because we know that we're learning in community. We've also been doing de-escalation trainings, and this is not at the level of fist fight. This is a level of sometimes we have big feelings. Perhaps it's that math problem that you've got some big feelings now, and you, as a child, aren't sure what to do with those big feelings because you don't know what to do with 3 divided by 1/4. And so some of our kids will stay very quiet, but some will have bigger reactions. And so as a teacher, no matter what topic we're teaching, how do we deal with that? So through our de-escalation trainings, which we've been able to present so far at 24 elementary and 15 secondary schools, and we'll be able to get to all of the school sites by the end of January is what the schedule currently says. We're looking at what are the functions of behavior. Behavior doesn't just happen magically. Behavior happens because of something. What's the function of the behavior? And then how do I, as the adult in the room, react to it? So we talk about rational detachment and how we need to watch ourselves and how we react to a situation and try to understand, what's really causing this behavior. So the de-escalation training it's really exciting. It was a collaboration. One, it was a request from our teachers. So they wanted to learn more about de-escalation, and we wanted to make sure everybody had the same opportunity. So we collaborated. We took coaches from curriculum and professional learning. They brought the skills of presentation, the skills of design, and of course the skills of doing all the paperwork afterward. And they combined that with our content knowledge from our behavior support specialists. So that combination coming together created a presentation that we've been able to spread out. And so our behavior support specialist, in combination with a CPL coach, is presenting it to different school sites. And so we're really excited about that going on. We're also really excited that it is one that's going to all of our school sites. So we do have bigger versions of it. That's a 45-minute taste. And so we focus just on verbal de-escalation, but it's a taste of de-escalation in general. And it comes from the Crisis Prevention Institute, or CPI. So we have other trainings available to staff that they can opt into if they want to learn more. So nonviolent crisis prevention, and then even going into a full day of CPI training that they can opt into. But the 45 minutes is going to be given to all of our staff at our school sites. And so to wrap up today, we just wanted to share, some big promising practices that are supporting this MTSS framework. I think it's been pretty clear that there's so much that goes into the framework. And when we look at it as a process, and we look at that tier 1, we know that tier 1 is so important. We also know that some of our students really do need some extra support. And so some are getting to a point where they need a student study team. There was a finding that our student study team was not universal. It was very different at all of our school sites. And so we brought a team together to look at what is a high-quality student study team. Because often we find that the answers, they're all here. We just have to bring together all the best practices. So we brought in a group of administrators and wellness providers and special education and facilitated a discussion over what makes a really great SST. We were able to create that, and now we've got 100% of our elementary schools have been trained on that SST process, and we're working on secondary right now. That should be done by the end of the year. Again, that de-escalation training is a key part of it, but it's a piece. It's one piece of that larger puzzle. And so if a school site really wants to focus on that, they can request further PD on it. For some, they felt like, okay, we already have that piece, we might focus on something else. Perhaps that third grade assignment that is causing some anxiety, some need for SEL, some need for some behavioral supports, because that's a tough request. Doable. I did it with my third graders. That was a release back in 2016 when I was teaching them. But it took a lot to get them to the point where they were comfortable doing that. Last, we have the MTSS meetings that are happening at all schools. So we call those our Tier 2 MTSS meetings. They review data and they review requests for assistance. And so if we have someone who wants to get more assistance to get to that Tier 2 level of support in some area for a student, the team comes together. It consists of our wellness providers, a site administrator, possibly an intervention teacher, possibly an instructional coach. Again, depends on the site. But they're coming together and they're looking at students. And this is one of those key pieces to make sure that every student is getting the support that they need, because we know that every student comes with a different, set of needs. And this team helps to meet all of those needs. So that's a real exciting practice that we are continuing to put a lot of human energy into to make sure that it's supported. So with that said, that ends our presentation. And I'll bring up Mark and Jen for any comments or questions.
Ms. Jamerson, can I make one comment? So I just want to first say thank you to the team. Incredibly proud, appreciate everything that you do. The one thing I want to just be clear about, the data is the data, and that's telling us, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, where our students currently perform. But that performance of the kids is directly related to the skill level and what we as the adults bring to the job every single day. So what you see here is an amazing investment in the adults who are interacting with our kids on a daily basis, because that is what's going to make the difference. So you talk about inputs and you talk about outcomes. We're talking about the work that what we're investing and what our people are doing with our kids every single day. And the outcomes will come, and we see indicators along the way that we're making progress, but the work really is, and I said I couldn't be prouder than I am at this point right now, in the work that we're doing and making sure our adults are performing at the highest level possible so that our kids benefit. So with that, thank you, team.
Thank you so much. And just to confirm, we do not have any blue cards on this item. Perfect. I would then like to turn it on over. I'm going to start with you, Mr. Yang, for questions.
Yeah, well, I would like to start by saying I love this presentation. One is a very, very important factor in our student success, in our district success, because the fact that we use these datas implement into the process of strategize what works for our school district that will improve our students' academic improvement. So thank you to all the presenters. You guys have done a wonderful job. I really love it because the level of details that you guys presented here, and I just wanted to say, great job on that. On the other side of it, as far as what I would like to see improvement on will be if we could get like a graph with different grades level, as far as elementary, middle schools, and high schools, and see that percentage of performance. And so for me, looking at this, it got me looking and thinking about, wow, you guys are presenting these information. What came to mind was academic, and it's the academic to life success or failure pipeline, in contrary to the school to prison pipeline, because some of the data that I have seen is that students who have low cumulative point GPA could be very detrimental to their life success, and versus the ones with higher cumulative GPAs. So for me, I think that one of the things that I would recommend is be mindful of how to communicate with students and their parents as far as if they're doing poorly in school, kind of give them the education of some of the data of what could lead them to their life as far as the outcome of it, in the way that it's appropriate to give them kind of educational forward information. And I remember vividly reading about this survey about school to prison pipeline in the Sacramento County, and this has a correlation to it because it says that any students that has been suspended is 5 times more than likely will go to jail versus students that haven't been suspended. So I think information like this, it's really helpful to all of us, and especially the students and the parents, to be mindful of, hey, if you're in this category, this could turn into this in the near future of your kids' lives. So I think that that's one thing that I think that if you guys could kind of deep dive into, get that information and present it as appropriate to the students and parents if they are in that category. But other than that, I really love this presentation. This is very, very important work to our student success and perhaps to our whole school district success, because you guys alluded to, this is a system of learning. And, but, those are our kids, right? The learners are our kids. And if they fail, that means we are not doing our job, regardless of the reason. So thank you so much. I really enjoyed this presentation. It was awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Albiani?
Thank you for the presentation. At the beginning, Mr. Strudy, you said the full set of data is available, but you didn't mention where for the public.
The district's CAASPP data set is actually attached to this, so if they go to this board agenda item, that document is attached to that.
Okay, I just want to make sure you said it, and then it just kind of
Yeah, I may not have.
circle it around.
I may not have been clear enough.
So it doesn't get left out there. I think the thing that stood out to me when we started with the data in the front was that math needs to have some more attention.
Yes.
I think we've had a high focus on reading, which I'm a huge fan of. Anybody who knows me knows. But I also know by visiting Mack Elementary and some other schools that when we do focus on reading, it does bring up our math because our math is different and includes so much reading in it these days, the word problems and those difficult things. So I do believe we are also working on it when we're working on reading, but I think it does show a focus. And I was excited you spoke to that on slide 22 about numeracy being included, and I appreciate that we're now kind of broadening where we're at, and we're doing a great job, and I think AITs and the things we have in place for reading are so amazing and working well, and now we're able to kind of balloon that out a little bit, and I think it is a lot to ask of our teachers. We changed our math program when my 23-year-old was in 8th grade. And he came home and laid on the floor and cried and told me he was stupid because he did not know how to do the new math, and it was going to Common Core at 8th grade. And he's a physicist who's studying nuclear engineering. He knows how to do math. But at that moment, it was brought to him in a way that dusted all his confidence. And it's really hard. On slide 11, I don't know why I'm so emotional. I miss him.
Yeah, and he's doing phenomenally well.
Okay.
Albiani, you said slide 11?
Yeah. We compared the class of 2019 to this, and one of the questions I had ahead of time was why. I think we were going pre-COVID was the explanation I was given, and I think COVID's over. It's here. It's what we're living with, and I believe as a school district, we're proving we've been there, and now we're there. So showing growth year over year is really what I'm interested in seeing. Is how we're doing now. We haven't had COVID for a while, and I understand the reason for it. And we've made the point. And to me, as sitting here right now, want to know how we're doing. I don't want to know how we're doing past COVID anymore because COVID's over.
So just for a clarification, because we had this conversation, but one of the things we did want to highlight a bit was the idea that people think that we haven't bounced back from the pandemic, and in many metrics we have, and so we just wanted to make sure we could highlight that is a reality, and the overarching piece that no progress has happened since then, and we've never bounced back. That's just not accurate. So that is why we did it in this particular case. But I understand your point completely.
I understand that, but maybe we can even include how we're growing because I don't want to keep going back to that. We're moving forward.
And the data that, for example, in the data report, we typically go back 2 years. And so we look over a 3-year span, and we have conversations about how much data can we actually put on that people can digest. And so your point is very well taken, and the data reports that we provide, we don't go back to 2019. Sometimes I'm actually asking folks here, I want to see what our 10-year trend is and things like this. But for the report that we put out, we go back, we'll look at the 2 to 3 years is what we typically look at, so we can look at that trend. But I always state for that, we want to be careful because we want to know. So if you as a board and we put data up there for 2 or 3 years, it could be what's the 5-year or 10-year trend, and we have the capability of providing that as well.
Yeah. I love that we're using PLCs. When I went to principal meetings and saw principals using PLCs, it just verifies the strength and the usefulness of those. We are supporting our staff, and it's really important.
And if I could just make one very quick, you made a really important, you wanted to make sure that the viewing public is aware of where the district report is. Just want to reinforce that they may also be interested in where their individual children's school or schools information. That can be easily accessed by simply reaching out to your principal or to the front office, and they'd be able to get that information, because that is public information. We can certainly help them finding out specifically how their own school is doing.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas?
No questions. I appreciate the presentation, and as I've been going and visiting campuses at the beginning of this year, I've seen the different levels of implementation, and it has been a really amazing thing to see. So I appreciate everything that you guys are doing.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Chaitis Espinosa?
Thank you. I want to highlight first some things that were mentioned in passing and then kind of go big picture. It feels like we are at the point where we are building upon building blocks which we also built, right? In passing, you've mentioned calibrating student study teams, right? Trying to avoid having islands of excellence, but really sharing that knowledge and experience across our campuses. I've heard reference to the framework for quality instruction, which also was a multi-year, very big project. I've heard reference to Illuminate, which, we're also relatively recent into implementation. But each one of these things that's an element of this bigger project was in and of itself a multi-year project involving a great number of people. So I just want to call out that we have built all of these building blocks, and it took the participation of a lot of people to do that. The magnitude of this undertaking really comes across in the presentation. I appreciate it, because often when we talk about standardized test scores, people really fixate on the numbers, and they have a function, right? They're there for a reason. We should look at them, and we should use that data. But this context is really important. The fact that we are having to teach people to think and act in ways in which they were not trained and that go contrary to the ways they think and behave subconsciously is a tremendous undertaking, right? And the fact that we as adults have to master these skills in order to teach them is tremendous. One of the things that was mentioned was productive struggle and conditions for thriving. If we teach nothing else but tolerance for discomfort, we will have set our kids for success, not just academically, but in life. And that is a thing that as an adult, you can't teach. If you yourself don't have that tolerance, those skills to navigate it, you're not able to hold that space for kids. And it is so tremendously important. So I wanted to call that out. Mr. Hoffman mentions our investment in people. It was necessary because of the magnitude of the change. And it doesn't only affect educators and the people doing this work. Parents are an important part of that too. When we approve curricula, we talk about the different elements of it. I recently had the experience where I had to use some of the supplemental online materials that are part of the K-6 math curriculum, and I have to tell you, they're fantastic. The videos designed for parents, not for professional educators, to reteach things to students, their entire websites. So the support is wonderful. It was an adjustment. I have a primary school student. It was an adjustment for everyone, especially the first few months of the year when the new math curriculum was being implemented. We all gave each other some grace, and we got through it. I very much was tickled by the post drop-off conversation with parents talking to each other, saying, "Look, I have 3-4 college-educated adults in my house. Some of them are Ivy League educated, and we can't figure out first grade math." So it is absolutely a stretch. You know, we are having to learn things and learn in ways that we, in many ways, we're just not equipped to do. So it is a tremendous change that we are implementing in a matter of one generation. But I personally, every time I have an experience like that, am just thrilled at how much better we are equipping our kids than, you know, what has been done before. So I'm so appreciative of all of the work that has been done, even to get us to this point, which is many years in the making and involving, you know, just about everybody who works for this district. So with that, I just want to say how grateful I am. And yes, sure, you know, we've done all of that, and we're now at kind of the starting line for what do we do next, and how do we continue to support kids and improve these outcomes. But I just wanted to take a moment to appreciate everything that has been done and the magnitude of the challenge. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And if I may just make a really quick comment, because you hit on something, and there's a term that we use, fidelity of implementation. And as a person who's been in education for a long time, that can have somewhat of there can be a negative feeling about that. And we're moving beyond that, because the negative feeling can be, are you going to tell me how to teach? So I have to be on page 1 on day 1 and on page 2 on day 2. That's not what we're doing. What we are doing, though, is in the absence of determining fidelity of implementation, meaning whether it is our framework for high-quality instruction. It does not tell you what to do on day 1. It does give you core principles. Regardless of your instructional strategy you're using, these principles apply. And we're doing similar things, whether it's our study teams, whether it's the work that Lisa in our FACE department is doing when we've shifted what was the traditional model of parent-teacher conferences. Well, they have a very defined, here are the 3, 5, or 7 things that take place when we're sending parents or our staff into homes and doing the home visits. We don't just say, you want to go out and visit homes. We actually train people in how to do it. And when we're doing programs, it took us several years just to figure out how to do it. If this was easy, everybody would have done it a long time ago. It's not easy, and you have to have actually the right people with the right skill set to do it. But once we started to figure it out, because this is what's really important, in the absence of fidelity of implementation, you can't measure output. If we didn't define what a high quality multilingual education program is in schools, and we had 67 of them going around and everybody was doing something differently and used different language for it, how would we evaluate it? And even if somebody was showing different results in the other schools, how would we know? Because they probably wouldn't be able to actually tell you explicitly what their program is. And so you hit on those building blocks. This is what we're doing. And we're not training robots, because there is an art to education, but there's also a science. And there's also accountability systems. So I just share that fidelity of implementation is oftentimes what we are seeking to find, and it's not always easy to find it. But that's what we're in search of. Sorry to get sidetracked on it.
Mr. Fortina.
Thank you. You've spoken to, excuse me, common assessment. Is Illuminate and all of its component assessments the common assessment system in place?
Yes, so Illuminate's our district system. It doesn't keep teachers from using other types of assessments, and the assessments we have are interims that are for our K-6 on math and ELA, and then we have them 7th and 8th grade, and for our 9th through 10th graders that are taking those assessments in English and in math.
And are those assessments utilized by all teachers in all those grade levels?
They are now. And so the way we define utilized is because it is part of our LCAP and we have set a goal for it. So the administration of the assessment is taking place. Our site leaders are using it in the same way that they would monitor participation for CAASPP assessment or LPAC assessment. One of the things that we are continuing to work on, which is why we highlighted the facilitators of instructional teams that we're doing at the elementary level, is helping our teachers value the data and use the data to improve their instruction. And that will be an ongoing piece that we'll continue to work on. I think the work we've highlighted today has shown that it's a bigger lift to change practices, to change mindset. But the basis of the interim assessments, they're not benchmark assessments, they're interims. They're there to guide the teachers in a checkpoint to see where they are to be able to inform their instruction. I heard something I think was Mr. Yang when you had said about informing parents and teachers. One of our goals that we haven't quite reached, but is still one of our goals, is the assessment literacy component. And that, what we're working on right now is helping our teachers understand the purpose and value of assessments. But we're also have the goal to work with our students so that students are empowered to be their own consumers of their learning and be able to analyze their strengths and see areas that they want to grow in.
Madam President, if I could just add to that. So for the same reason this exercise was valuable for us, again, because our whole generation, generally speaking, parents included, is unaware of what is being asked of students. I can't think of how or when, but it would be incredibly valuable for parents to understand what is being asked of their students as well.
It's a great idea. Thank you.
So the answer is yes. Illuminate is the common assessment system, and that system and all of its assessments are utilized by all the teachers.
Yes, the ones that are district produced and created. So there's parts of so just to make sure I'm answering your question, Mr. Fortuna, we've created district interims, but teachers also have the ability to create their own assessments within the system that are just for their use in the classroom. That wouldn't be data points that we would be looking at to inform program and professional development.
Going back to slides, and I could let's go to slide 16 or page 16. The excuse me. That is an illustration of supports that are put into place. Looking at the CAASPP data, Black kids are at 20% of math standards. Native kids are 23%. Foster kids at 8%. Do those kids, given their low performance, automatically get moved up the ladder in the tier system and have specific supports provided to them in order to assist them in their learning?
So I would say not automatically, because when you look at tier 1, so part we're also developing with teachers is tier 1 doesn't mean I taught it and they didn't get it, and now it's time to move on to a different level of support. It's also looking at what you're doing for reteaching small group instruction in the classroom, maybe providing for, you might have a typically developing student who understands the first time. You have other students who it's 3 or 4 times. They might need repetitive or a different experience. So that piece about what happens in the classroom, for tier 1, we're really wanting to exhaust all possibilities with the classroom teacher in terms of the supports that they provide for all students. So what teachers are asked to do typically is if they identify students who are not making progress, meaning they've provided for the student in their mindset what the student needs to be able to make gains and learn. There, we come together as a team, which is part of that Tier 1 review team, and after they've asked for assistance, and the team would come up with potentially some different interventions that the classroom teacher could put in place, and that might happen for 6 to 8 more weeks. And we would ask that they do it, as Mr. Cerruti said, with fidelity. So it might be, a dosage, and I use that because it really is termed that way, of an intervention that's, 3 times a week for 15 minutes. And then we would come back to be able to look at how the student progress. And depending on the interventions are put in place, then we might look to provide a different level of support going into Tier 2 in an academic need. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the one piece just to highlight, if you look at the very last description in Tier 1 Universal, it's scaffolds and differentiation. So within Tier 1 is a wide variety of instructional strategies and supports that are in place that are designed to happen in the classroom every single day for kids. And so before we move into a Tier 2, we have to exhaust all those high quality instructional pieces that we have in place and supports that we have in place in Tier 1.
So it's the presumption is that those 80% of black kids not meeting standards in math, each has been identified by each teacher and each has a plan in place to help remediate their learning?
I don't know if I would say I'd make an assumption for that for Tier 1, but I can speak when they move into Tier 2. That's part of the process, is that individual plans are developed for students. I can tell you right now that in the 24-25 school year, really roughly, we have, I think I have this number right, 2,300 plans that are in the MTSS system and Synergy, and 2,000 of them are at the Tier 2 level, and around 2,100 are about Tier 2, and about 200 of them are at Tier 3. Now, granted, that could be for academics, it could be for behavior, it could be for social emotional learning, it could be for a variety of them. So we do have a process in place for that. The monitoring of what a classroom teacher is doing for Tier 1 would be part of that intervention process. But saying that all teachers are doing that, I don't think we're at a point that I can say all teachers are doing that. We're still working on that kind of the role, the mindset, and shifting how we do instruction.
Is that because it's voluntary?
No, I don't think so. I really think it's understanding kind of the shifts in education. There was a time, this is year 36 for me, there was a time when if it almost was presented as if you didn't teach it, then there was something wrong with the student. And I'm just going to say it that way. So then we sought additional supports, which often was going automatically for a referral for special education. And we're just such in a different spot now. But what we are still working on is, I'd say the teacher's roles and responsibilities with what Tier 1 instruction looks like in the classroom. And that doesn't just include the academics. That includes what they're doing, helping students with social emotional learning, and of course the routines and procedures and limits that are set for behavior so that a student has everything they need to be successful.
Yeah, that's another piece to that is I believe the vast majority of people who show up to work every single day in Elk Grove Unified are doing the best job they can with the skill set and knowledge they have.
Absolutely.
The only way we make an impact on that is if we improve their abilities and the resources, and so this is a we use this slide and go back to the pandemic again, Ms. Albiana, so I'll apologize, but we were learning to fly the plane while we were flying the plane, and we're still doing that when it comes to student learning. We're teaching the teachers how to do the new math curriculum while they're having to do the new math curriculum. I mean, so it's in real time. And just like our kids, some of them get it the first time they get introduced to it. Some of them need multiple opportunities. So it's that same gradient and that same differentiation happens within the adults as well. So there is no switch that we can say, boom, okay, now we're all teaching grade level math and at the exact right level and delivering the exact right information at the right time. We're teaching our folks how to do this, and many of our folks are skilled at it, and they're the ones that are helping their colleagues along the way. So it really is a flying the plane, learning how to fly the plane as we're flying the plane. So it's crazy work, but
and I
no
would-
better work.
I would
It's
add
just
to
taken
that.
us until 2024 to figure it out.
I don't think that's true.
I know. Just take the comment.
I hear you.
I certainly understand the emphasis on the importance of the adults being in a place where there can be student success. But when presentations were made, I heard the teachers have had an opportunity to. We provided. Is a lot of the what parts of the training that's been provided is required versus voluntary?
And that's a great question. So one of the things I would say that we have learned, Mr. Fortino, with the DEI work that we've really done an amazing job with as a district, is the fact that we went down this road of what is required and what isn't. And so of the work that has been shared today, we have to prioritize. We don't literally have the fiscal nor the human capacity to make every single initiative in the district required in a given school year. So as we look at where we are, I can give you the example of with Illuminate. When we rolled out Illuminate, all educators were required to have an introductory training to how to use the system. And that was a K-12 initiative that we took. When we look at the instructional framework, we had that as part of our DEI work. We're at, I think our numbers today were around 83%. I want you to keep in mind that 87, Lorraine's going to hit me. That includes paraeducators, teachers, and administrators, because it's not just the classroom teachers. We are seeking 100%. That's a moving target, though. We have teachers.
We have until the end of this school year to do that. So,
and
but we're 87%
teachers will leave
in.
the system. We'll have new ones come in. We're continuing to offer. We may get to a point that there's release time for that. The TK, K, and 1 work, that is required. And that's a preventative piece that we have all teachers being released for, that has a focus as a preventative spot for both literacy and math. When we look at letters training, that has been required for all instructional coaches and for all academic intervention teachers who are providing that Tier 2 intervention. So in terms of what we do as a decision-making body is look at where our data is, we look at the resources we have, and then we tackle things in a way that we're trying to prevent, and I'm going to say future failure for students, but also to respond to current needs. And I think what we have learned is the work we are going to do, if you're directly speaking about secondary math, is we may have a different approach with our math teachers in the future. Those are some of the planning that's being discussed right now for the 25-26 school year.
And Carmen, if I could just add one additional comment to that, and that is the partnerships that we have with our credentialing organizations and universities and SCOE and things of that nature. I don't consider ourselves to be passive recipients of new teachers. There are a lot of things that we are doing that I think they can learn from as we can learn from them. And so that's the other part of the work that we're doing, is those partnerships that we have. There's many people that literally, folks in here are actually part of those administrator credentialing programs and teacher teacher training programs, and we want to make sure that they're coming to us as best prepared as they possibly can be, and then ultimately what we do is build upon that level of expertise. But there's work that we can be doing together in terms of getting new teachers into our classrooms that have the level of skill that folks like myself, when we went through, we've learned a lot in terms of the science of neurologic science and all the things we understand about how kids acquire knowledge and skill.
Okay. One of the things also that was mentioned was academic intervention teachers. And certainly as I have gone out to elementary school sites in particular, that's an area that has had positive reception. And the ability of a school to provide that resource is dependent upon the FTE that's been assigned to that school site. So as a district, how would schools go about getting more FTE in order to provide more intervention to help the majority of the kids get up to standard understanding?
Well, one of the pieces we can speak to is part of the board priorities right now is the additional academic intervention teachers that are at the school sites. And what we're doing right now is actually evaluating their effectiveness. And to be perfectly honest, when we did an initial piece, we weren't seeing the results that we would have expected to see. So one of the things that we did is we brought them together and we did training with them so we didn't have 42 different versions of AIT, but we actually had one version of it spread across the board. And so we're going to be evaluating the impact of those. And when we get to December 10th, we won't be ready to tell you we're ready to recommend that they be ongoing, but that is going to be part of the conversation as we go through the board priority process is, do we want to identify AIT teachers funded from the district level and assigned to each of the schools? That will be a core part of the conversation we'll have as we go through this the budget priority process. So we're looking into, is that the most effective use of those dollars?
And Carmen, if I could, and then Jen can touch base on this as well, to reinforce Chris's point. So when we first implemented, we didn't have the opportunity. We were learning to fly the plane while we were learning to fly the plane. I think that's even worse than learning to fly the plane while flying. But nonetheless, we were building it as we were going, and we were trying to get those positions filled. Our theory of action was and is solid regarding why we would insert those resources into our schools. What they actually do was in development, because the first year or even two of the data regarding kids who had access to those resources, to say that it was ineffective is actually an understatement. And so there is no way that if we had to make a determination based on those first 2 years, that we would be able to bring you data to say, yes, this is proving to work. What we potentially heard is to go out, because there is no question that our schools, in fact, there's probably people twitching out in the schools right now. It's like, what is he saying? Because there are kids that needed tier 2 level support in classes, not denying that. And so it can be good. There's a place for them to go. I don't mean good because they need to get away from me. That's not my point. They need additional support. But if what we expected was that any teacher that we bring in without any further instruction and guidance about what it means to be an effective intervention teacher, that if just on the natural they were going to be able to do it, that was a false assumption, and we didn't assume that. So Jen can share with you what we're actually doing, because what we're anticipating is we're going to see some different results from that.
And just to keep it really brief, we invested in the staff is really what we did. We saw our data, we responded to it, we narrowed the focus. So the focus work is K-1-2 because they're elementary, so it's to prevent student failure. And what we do is AITs come together on a monthly basis to receive training and to have collaboration, like their own PLC, to improve their practice. There's different curriculum that has been provided. We've provided research to them. We've established schedules. We've limited the amount of students that they can see so that they're actually making an impact with students versus trying to provide a service to too many students. So we've used research for all of that, and we've narrowed the work, we've focused the work, and then we've provided staff with the skills that they need to do that. And they also have resources because we have experts in content areas within the curriculum and professional learning department that are there as mentors and ways to help navigate. I think it's probably going to be our best example of really monitoring data and collecting student data to be able to see if the actions we have put in place and the training we have put in place is actually showing up in student performance. So,
given that last statement and it's shown up in student performance, as you look at the CAASPP data, how do you react?
So when I look at the CAASPP data, because keep in mind it's third grade and up, I absolutely see that as an organization and a system, we need to do better. I support absolutely what Mr. Hoffman said. Every educator in this district comes to work every day with the intent of doing their absolute best and providing their best. We have amazing teachers. We have fabulous administrators, support staff. I know we can do better. When I say student performance, I'm talking specifically about looking about what students are doing in the here and now, K-1-2, in terms of foundational skills and being able to move our students out of second grade into third grade as readers and to not have that 50% cutoff that we have right now. I still think there's going to be work to do with preparing them to take a state exam that isn't just for the higher level portion of it. You also have to be able to navigate the computer system, right? And reading different passages on a screen and being able to pull things up and highlight things. So I think there's more to it, which I think was highlighted today. But I think in a roundabout way, we are doing the work, which I know is the work that needs to be done to support our educators in being their best so that we do see results down the road. I hope to see that before I retire, which isn't anytime soon. but that is my goal, is to see a change in those scores. People work really hard. They care deeply. We have really intelligent people. I think we will see that movement.
Yeah, I don't doubt that people work really hard. And I, too, had hoped to see dramatic changes before I retired. And it didn't happen the first time. I'm concerned about the second time because the CAASPP scores are the only measurement that is out there for people to look at. And and looking at it, you can't have a smile on your face. And so it says that, there is work to be done. Have we identified why groups of kids don't do well in specific areas? Were you going to say something, Mark?
I was just going to point to there is no question that we have disproportionality among specific student groups and those that you identified, whether it's behavioral, social, emotional, or academic. There is no question. And as everybody is talking about, those of us that are closer to the end than we are to the beginning, I believe we have the capability. And what interests me about Elk Grove is we're a large school district, and there are very few places in this country that are any more diverse than us. And so if we can figure this out, we can be the blueprint for public education in general. And I am a huge proponent and disagree wholeheartedly when public education gets beat up, as it oftentimes does. But while CAASPP is a data point, and I'm not dismissing its significance, and it's important, when we post the information that we have, so when the LCAP data is out there, what we see, whether it's A to G rates, our grad rates, that type of data, it shows a positive trajectory, and there's good stories to tell, is all. So I am not at all glossing over. Am I satisfied with where those CAASPP test scores are? Of course not. But the whole part of the new system, which actually I think is more challenging for anyone to understand, which is the dashboard, because it's looking at multiple measures and it's looking at growth. The old API was a lot easier to understand, but had its shortcomings as well. But what we constantly look at when you ask the question about, so if you see these CAASPP scores, are these kids automatically? CAASPP scores is one data point that we look at, because we will look at holistically many more data points to make determinations about what kids need.
Can you give me like maybe 30 seconds to go through the last 20 questions, and I'll pick out one or two that haven't been answered. Academic intervention. Yeah. With the teacher trainings, it doesn't matter what's on. How or do we have systems in place other than just student performance to measure teacher knowledge of the material and their implementation of that information?
Are you referring directly to the curriculum and the content, and then their knowledge of the content?
Well, not specifically, because there were a number of discussions about training and assessment, training and curriculum. Okay, so you have X number of participants, and I know the evaluations are done afterward where people go, oh yeah, this was helpful, blah, 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 blah. And then the next question is, and?
Right. So Jen, I think help you. So use the instructional framework as an example. So we do the training, we give the teachers get feedback on the training. How do teachers get feedback, and how do we monitor how the framework's being done in the classroom?
Okay, so that is why we're most excited about the teaching and learning pick, is because we have training for the instructional framework, the principles of it, and then we also have coaches to support follow-up work with it. But the font, the framework observation note-taking tool, is based on all of the principles of the instructional framework, and that's where principals are doing their walkthroughs and identifying where they see the implementation in that moment, which is what Ms. Bloomquist talked about with the description of practice, where teachers are on implementation, and they're able to score that. And that is not about a reflection on the teacher for evaluation. That is us for a program to be able to improve our training. The principals are also giving feedback on what they see, so a narrative that they're providing on what they see that is going well and meets the framework, and areas that a teacher could improve in. All of that information is in a system that we have that we look at. Schools are kind of given a score, if you will, as part of the pick, and we are using that to inform what we're doing for training, and down the road, how that will personalize support to given school sites. One of the things that we did this year in response to some of that data is we have some title sites who are receiving additional coaching support that's very prescriptive to their sites to be able to move the mark in ELA. That's James Rudder and Samuel Jackson, and then 4 of our feeder elementary schools. And that was in response to looking at some of the data with our instructional framework, but also looking at some of the data that we have within our interims. So that's kind of the full picture of it.
And very quickly, and I don't mean to just keep, but there's another component that, in addition to what Jen was saying, when we go back, the instructional framework originated from work regarding EL instruction. That's where it originated. And when we were training teachers, there was kind of like, what we did is there were some teachers that received training. We then asked them about the training, but we also asked them about their level of implementation. We also then trained administrators to go in and to be able to observe levels of implementation. We also asked students. And so what we got is, if a teacher says they're implementing something at a certain level, and an administrator says they're seeing it at a similar level, and kids say they're experiencing it at a similar level, are we seeing a difference between those teachers that have been trained and the untrained teachers? And this is where I have to give our teacher leadership credit, because this was not easy to do, because now we're getting right into kids are saying stuff about your classroom, and we're going to be looking at that stuff, and we're going to be comparing you with non-trained teachers. We keep it anonymous. We're not comparing teachers within schools and doing that. That is what really drove all of this work with the instructional framework, and this is where it's very, very exciting. So that perspective survey that we give, when we get feedback from trained teachers and kids and we're using the font, we're starting to coordinate what the recipient as a student is saying, this is what I'm experiencing in my class, this is what my teacher is doing. Teachers giving their perspective, an administrator, an outside observer is coming in, and when we see that coming together the way the teacher's delivering it, it's being observed and being experienced, we are seeing significant gains, and this is where we're seeing significant gains and accelerated gains for the traditionally underserved kids. And it took a while to get us to figure out how to do this, but it's a pretty sophisticated approach to truly understanding the outcome of instruction.
Okay, my last question, Gina, and thank you for giving me the time. With the work that you're doing and are going to do, are you touching on the areas of grading and homework and assessment and the way that they come together and the factors that influence them?
So Grading for Equity, which was a grassroots effort that was brought to the district, has really taken off, and we do have a presentation that we're building to be able to share with the board coming up in December. So I will be able to, a team will come together and be able to provide you with all of that information.
Okay, thank you. Very nice.
Thank you. Mr. Perez.
Good job. Beth, I'm very proud of you. That, you know, your son has come forward and he got that extra help, and now he's flying like an eagle. But we need more students like that, you know, district-wide. Boom. Yes, we need more students like that. We need to reach them early and give them the support so they can fly like eagles. You just mentioned regarding a new project regarding Rudder and the 4 feeder schools. So let's start with that one. Can you clarify or give a little bit more information regarding what's going on there?
So when we were looking at needs at the secondary level and thinking about how can we provide maybe more targeted support using instructional coaches, we looked at providing a 0.5 FTE for both Samuel Jackman Middle School as well as James Rudder Middle School. And so we still have students needing intensive intervention at the secondary level. We have about 1,000 students who don't know long and short vowels. So that support is really geared toward, for the ELA additional support for the intervention courses at those 2 particular sites. And so they're looking at, the course itself is called ELA Literacy, and so they support ELA Literacy. It's a coach model, coach, train, facilitate. They're doing demo lessons. They are looking at student data. And so that's where the additional FTE, that's the purpose of that.
So that's 1.5 at both?
0.5.
0.5? 0.5.
0.5 at
Yeah,
each.
1.5.
2.5s.
2.5.
So
Two-
0.5.
How many? At Rudder, there'd be one full-time individual and the other middle school, yeah.
Half-time person at each.
Half-time.
In addition, so actually it ends up being,
So they could be going across the freeway, 99, right?
well, it's not the same person. So
Okay.
typically our secondary coaches serve 4 sites. And so think about each site, and that's for both math and English. They usually serve 4 sites. So each site would get usually a .25 coach.
Right.
So both Rudder and Jackman have the .25, and then we added on to that contract, so the instructional coach is technically .5 more, so it's .75 of a coach at both of those sites. So they serve those sites, and they serve one other for the other .5 part of their contract.
And at both feeder schools, you chose 4 elementaries at both sides, or what?
In all schools were based on data, so we didn't randomly choose them. We chose them based on their student performance. So we have Herman Leinbach, Kennedy, David Reese, and Florin Elementary School. They also are getting .5 in addition, and what they're focusing on at each of the elementary schools is supporting our K-1-2 teachers and the AITs who provide service to that school. And their focus is on the foundational skills for reading.
Reading. And what was the criteria? Oh, because were they English language learners or?
Overall academics around ELA.
Okay, as a result of the test.
And it's looking at CAASPP scores, what the projections are, but we also looked at our interim data for kindergarten, first and second grade students. So it was a combination of that.
And you brought to my attention, and you enlightened, I think, all this board, that there's an issue, not only academically, it's computer skills, how to access those, what is that, laptops or what, Chromes?
Yeah,
and that is an issue also that we need to, what?
Yeah, so that is something that we're looking at right now, is what we can do in addition. When we first rolled out the districted SBAC and what is now CAASPP, there was a lot of training for teachers to be able to help administer that assessment with students. And that's just something we're revisiting again to look at new teachers that have come on board and how we can kind of maximize it. I liken it to, any student who's going to study for the bar exam to become an attorney. They actually take a course and prepare for that.
Exactly.
And so it's kind of that same piece. What can we do in a way that's manageable and also useful to a student? Because we want kids to demonstrate their knowledge, not just focus on the skills for accessing the test. So it's work we're looking at.
So maybe we need another 0.5 for that.
Yeah, I think we're good. We're really utilizing the resources that are provided to us, and I think maximizing those.
Well, when this COVID happened, distance learning, we learned a lot, but yet we're not continuing teaching those skills to those students through our present new funding that's supposed to be supplementing those objectives. So,
a piece of that, Mr. Perez, is this is where the overlap happens. Right. So you talk about social and emotional learning, and so you saw that third grade prompt. One of the things that we have to make sure our kids are willing to do is stick to it. And actually, this looks hard. I think I'm going to go ahead and give it a shot because I've been in a classroom where I've been challenged and I've been successful before. But we have kids, that will just, as soon as they read it, I know some of the adults that saw that thing for the first time said, I'm done. Exactly. And so for a third grader, so the social, emotional, the behavioral, and the academic, they all work together for students to be successful. And that's why that framework exists the way it does.
Right. So, and the data, what type of students we have in area 1 and 3, 59% at Mac Road or Latinos who are most likely English language learners. So, you have a lot of issues regarding our present students that we have now, and the demographics of our students. And when I seen this, what did I put on there? Frustration level. I see these kids. They're presented with material at the third grade when they're already had a learning loss and learning loss and achievement gap, within the whole family unit. They come from high poverty areas and things like that. So anyway, would you give this board some old API history, what we had prior to this testing? Because let me tell you, when I started in 2012, a lot of these elementary schools, and you know this because you used to work at Florence High, right? And these students and these tests from the state of California, they were giving tests, and if they scored 3 years in a row, the state of California was going to be taking over some of these elementaries, middle schools, and high schools. Is that right? I have the data.
I don't remember the exact timeline.
Well, you weren't here.
I was in education, so I know I've been doing this a long time.
But
Mr.
I'm
Perez.
telling you, the data that I have till that day, and it was with that transition to what we're doing today.
You're going back to No Child Left Behind.
Yeah, in program.
So anyway,
so
that's what I'm telling
1990s.
you. That's not, yes. No, it's not the 1990s. It was 2012. So do you confirm that is? You were there.
Yeah, I was there. So
Okay.
under No Child Left Behind, California's API was not necessarily directly aligned with API is not something across the United States that was unique to California.
Right.
But under No Child Left Behind, there was
I'm talking about, please give us the background API scores within my geographical area. And that when those
We're not
kids,
prepared to do that right now.
You're
That's
not.
It's
Okay.
not off topic.
Well, I'm telling you, as a board member, these schools within Macon Valley were within 1 year of being taken over by the state of California because consistently 3 years in a row, if they had a criteria, they were going to take over. So anyway, the change of assessments changed.
And as
So
the
that's
former
what frustrates me.
As the
This-
former principal at Valley
Yes.
or at Florence High School, we were never at risk of being taken over, and neither was
What
Valley
about
High
the
School.
elementary schools? You don't recall that? Okay.
Let's get back on track.
I have those test results, and I have all that documentation. That's what frustrates me, is trying to keep, our staff accountable and trying to get evaluations and target these elementary, middle schools, and high schools to turn around. Because I have high expectations of our students, the bottom line, like you do, and our teachers have that. But we need the right resources and funding. And to this day, in the state of California, we have never received so much money dealing with this problem with students falling behind because of the achievement gap and COVID. I understand that. And I think, my fellow board members understand that. And the expectations that we want and accountability and the data and the evaluations, we need that to make wise choices where we want to put the money. So I still continue to request that data set. And there's a really good, I want to comment on your sentence here or your statement. We have islands of excellence throughout this district. We're doing good. And some islands, yes, islands of excellence, islands. So that's what were you referring? Okay, when I interpret that we have some very good places using this model within our district because of the socioeconomic background of these students. But when they're poverty district students, we have a lot of problems, and that's why I supported community schools, because we're dealing with the whole child. This model only deals with 3 issues. They don't talk about health issues that these students come to school. They don't talk about the community issues that are going on. So, like, that's why I support community schools. And again, I always wonder, why did we go that route to seek funding in community school concept, which a lot of other districts are doing? You mentioned we do K-3 assessments, 3rd grade level. When they're doing this, I mean, I imagine a lot of our teachers, 3rd grade teachers, they're kind of really frustrated because as a result of those tests, the assessments, they're putting all their heart and energy into this, but yet there's issues. What are the issues you think why they did not score high? Well, score like other parts of the district.
What
are the reasons? Yes.
Specific reasons that our
Yes,
kids
uh-huh.
aren't?
Uh-huh.
Actually, in terms of looking at, because we don't just look at the overall test, so we can get into item analysis and things of that nature, and that's going to be other folks who may have more of that information. But in terms of specifically what concepts that our kids are being successful on or less successful on, that's where it gets down into at the site-based level. What we look at is, are we seeing any trends with any of, for example, of our title schools? And are any schools showing specific trends that other schools aren't? And overall, what we're doing is we believe that the approach that we're taking, we don't have any schools, for example, our title schools, that we can point to that say, here's one that's significantly outperforming the others. What we're doing is we're continuing to stay focused on the areas of implementation that we were talking about, whether that's related to our academic, behavioral, and social emotional programming, and the ultimate results that we're getting. In terms of why the results, that's a harder question to answer, Mr. Perez. And I'm not looking for excuses, but if we do look at it, that test is taken on one specific day and one specific time of day, and kids come to school on that day with different circumstances and whatnot. So we look at the trends over time, and ultimately what we're trying to do is, what we shared here this morning, and we aren't seeing a school or two that we can point to and go, something's going on there that's different than the outcomes are significantly different than we're seeing in other schools. And if I said anything that's inaccurate with our folks that are.
So, have you seen a trend in any elementary school in this geographical area that I represent that we're improving? Or
we have evidence where we're seeing improvement. So that case in point. So when we're looking at
what are they doing then? Tell me what they're doing.
What we're doing is that's where, for example, when we're looking at
implementing with fidelity.
That's it. Our teaching and learning. We have a teaching and learning PIC, a program implementation continuum. That's the one that has us perked up a bit, because what we are seeing is we are seeing growth overall, and we are seeing accelerated growth with our historically underserved and underperforming students. And I use both of those terms. Just don't want to put it on the back or the shoulders of the kids. And we are seeing acceleration. So this is something that we're keeping an eye on, and this is why we're continuing to stay focused on these areas in strategy with which we're going. We aren't trying to do 20,000 things. We're trying to stay focused on 3 to 5 really basic things that if we do them correctly, we see that we're seeing positive results.
And is it because of leadership or the principal or the...
Mr. Perez, it's about doing the things that we described today.
Right.
Doing those things at higher levels, that our staff is trained and has the skill set to show up every day and do the work that we've trained them to do. That's the work. And when we're seeing that being done, we're seeing results for kids. So so this is the end. We have indicators that all the building blocks that Ms. Chavez-Espinoza spoke to are in place. But now it's us as the adults showing up every day, doing the best work we can, but with a better set of skills and a better set of resources than we've ever had.
Well, okay, since ALCAP started, this is a frustration I have. We have spent millions of dollars in teacher development and training with no evaluation or outcomes regarding
That's
that
not
training.
true.
Well, I haven't seen it. I haven't seen it in test results. Where's the test results? Where's the trend study that you mentioned that you're thinking of going back prior to COVID and pre and post of these particular style?
Some examples.
This model.
Some examples, Mr. Perez, if
Okay.
we can go
Are
to
you gonna
slide
do
11,
that?
please.
So,
Slide 11.
okay.
We understand.
No, he said that he's going to do this.
We're
Or
doing
thinking
it.
of doing it.
Right here.
Thinking of doing
Right here. A to G rates,
it. Okay.
up 8%, 8% since 2018-19. That's kids that are completing a rigorous course of study and are eligible for UC and CSU
That's
schools.
district-wide, correct?
That's district-wide.
Right.
If you look at the number of kids who are taking and passing AP tests,
District-wide.
correct.
Give me data.
We have given you data.
Evaluation
We've
by
done it- we've done that.
geographical trustee area one
Do it by
and
school and
3.
region. We do it
No,
by
that's
school and
that's
region.
the problem.
That's your problem.
You don't want to show the lack of response.
That's
and
not
that's my
true.
duty to know.
That's not true.
I'm being kept accountable
By
outcomes
who?
of these students by geographical area and district wide. But yet you don't want to do that.
We
What's
don't
the problem with
we
that?
don't do things by trustee area.
We did
do it-
before.
we haven't done it in 10 years that I've been
That's
here.
your style. That's the problem with this district.
No, it's not the
Yeah,
problem
yes.
with this district.
Yes, you don't want.
Okay, Mr.
you
Perez,
do
Mr.
not want to
Perez,
confront
this has
the
been
issue.
the same issue, question you've had, so
Okay.
please, move on.
That's the problem.
Okay, all right.
I haven't finished. I
Okay,
have a lot
thank
of
you,
questions.
thank you. It is my turn.
I need
then.
a half an hour.
It's my
I
turn.
got a half an hour. You gave Mr. Forsina half
You
an hour.
just said you were finished.
No, I did
asked
not
you-
say I
You
was
said you're
finished.
finished. Okay,
No, I
go,
did not say
please.
You know, I'm held accountable and my
Please ask
responsibility. That's
a
where I'm coming from.
question according to the presentation.
Outcomes, page 5. Outcomes, and you put output, but yet this superintendent will not give me those outcomes by trustee area. That's what's sad.
Yeah, we
Is
do it
that
by
a
high
problem
school
with
region.
you, Mr.?
You can
is
get
that-
it from any school that you would like, Mr.
I have
President.
those. I'm doing my spatial analysis.
Okay.
I've done that. That's why I'm speaking of, but the district can't provide
Okay,
me
thank
that.
you. You are done then.
No,
We've
I'm not.
already said. We already have answered this question. You're not asking a question about this presentation. Please.
Another issue, you mentioned experience and bias. So that's the issue I have, tell you the truth. The experience I had working with the district and bias has developed a bias about low expectations of our superintendent about this geographical areas, 1 and 3.
You are done. You are done.
No, I'm
Thank
not.
you. Yes, you are done.
Why?
Done.
Why?
Because you are not asking questions pertaining
No.
to this presentation. It is my turn. Thank you very much for the
Oh, hold on.
presentation. No, you're done.
Why?
Thank you for the presentation. I think that this presentation is important to understand the big picture and the context, to know that we are more than our CAASPP results, and that there is more than one way to fix and increase scores, that it's the whole student. So
Show
I
me the
appreciate
trend
that.
study.
I-
Show me the trend study to make that statement.
You are going to need to leave,
What?
if, please.
What?
You stop talking.
How
You
can
are
you
out
say-
of order. You
How
are
can you
out
say
of
that?
order.
Where's the trend study for that statement?
You are out of order. It is my turn.
I'm asking you a question.
No, you are not to ask me a question.
Why not? It's a discussion.
I wanted to ask, I had one question here in terms of, have we looked at the data in secondary schools when we look at block schedule and traditional schedule, and looking at the math in particular? Do we have a differentiation in scores? Just because understanding that when you have that extended length of time for instruction and then students to actually practice what they're learning and to work in groups and doing that versus the traditional where it's a shorter amount of time and really just focuses on the instruction.
We have, and we've looked at it as, and scheduling models have been examined for years. Very good question. And there is no specific correlation or there isn't a specific outcome that you can say, yes, a block schedule or a traditional schedule. It doesn't do that. The distinction is that block schedules provide greater increased opportunity for courses than traditional. That's what it does. But there can be variation among traditional schools in terms of outcomes as there can with block schedules, and under block schedules there can be actually a number of models of block scheduling. So the short answer to your question is we've examined it, but there is not a specific distinction between the two.
If you go to the instructional framework, and the framework is about the principles of instruction, and depending on the schedule that you're on and the teaching strategies you use, there's variances in that. But if those principles are done with fidelity, regardless of the schedule, you dramatically increase the opportunity for kids to learn at high levels. So it really is about the principles of quality instruction.
Okay. I just wasn't sure if that format lent itself to
question.
Implementing the principles.
It's a very common question that's asked if a school is considering moving from in one direction or the other. It's oftentimes a question that's asked.
Because you'll hear both. You hear some for the math, music, and world language folks. And in my experience, they want connection with kids all year long. So they'll push for a traditional schedule where if you have 9 weeks on, 9 weeks off, they see that as so there's again advantages, disadvantages, different ways to divide it up.
Okay, thank you. Also, just in terms of social emotional learning, just curious in terms of parent education around a lot of that. I know that we try. I think in my own personal experience, as we're teaching the kids about the language to use within social emotional learning, so the language that they're using, the practices that they're learning, and then they come home and they're very, I have a 6th grader who is very articulate about, I'm feeling this and I need to implement this strategy. And I have, we're a home of educators and we're like, and so he's teaching us a lot of that as well. But just kind of, do we have some work that we're doing in terms of educating parents on what do these phrases mean and what does this strategy look like?
We need to.
I love that you're learning from your students. I think that's amazing. And yes, we work with our Family and Community Engagement Department. They provide a wellness series for our families. Additionally, both the curriculums we adopted have homeschool connections that can be sent home. Now, do all teachers who are using that curriculum know that yet necessarily? Maybe not. Definitely work we can continue to do. But we have components available for everything that we teach. And then we definitely partner with the FACE department on education opportunities for families.
Perfect. Thank you. And just, I think overall, the human-centeredness of how we're approaching this it's not unique to K-12 now, right? It is moving up, and as I'm working in higher ed, we are doing the same. And as we're starting to see now the world of work, I oversee a team where we talk about community agreements. We talk about, trauma informed, just so that we can go out and do our work. And so I think that as we continue to work with our students, we're really making the world a better place. So I just want to thank everyone for the work.
What's your question?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
I just wanted to share, when you talk about letting parents know, We have the family teacher academic teams, the FTAT nights, and if anybody hasn't had a chance to go to one, I believe we get a presentation on them next month. But they're amazing in the fact that like you're teaching this new math and they take you there and they put you through programs together, and they put you through problems together and teach you the language to help your child. So just as a board to see it and the public to attend when it's a possibility in your school.
I also
have another question. How are
Tony,
you providing instructions
Tony,
that is
you are out of order.
linguistically relevant based on the Elk Grove?
You are out of order. You are out
I'm
of
asking a
order.
question.
No, it's not your turn. Go
I was
ahead,
just
Mr.
going to
Young.
add to what Madam Chair was alluded to, and I mentioned it earlier, and I just want to reemphasize, the fact that I have 4 kids, and I am kind of like the first hand of experience thing. It is kind of in a gray area and sometimes in a dark area for parents, and the traditional way of approaching the school when your kids are struggle is really to the counselor. And I felt like that is not as effective as it could be. And I think with this kind of program that you guys are using data to analyze it, I think that, that part itself, it sounds kind of very logic in terms of how to get things done, but it could be more complicated. And I just want you guys to deep dive on that more so, and possibly maybe ask some parents that are having kids failing and get some feedback, real feedback. And I think that that's the part that I think we could literally close the achievement gap. And that's what we try to do, right? And I just want to reemphasize that. That's the thing one thing that we have to very emphasize and kind of drill on it. So thank you.
And we agree.
I have a question here. How are you providing instruction that is culturally and linguistically relevant based on this instructional framework? How do you do that within?
Well, that could be an entire additional presentation that we could get into.
That's what
but I could
say.
certainly.
Thank you.
But I can certainly, if we could certainly give a brief response to that question.
So a couple of things. One of them has to do with opportunities, right? If you don't give students the access to grade level standards and therefore learning targets at their grade level, you've created a gap. You've created an opportunity gap. So one of the things is focusing, first of all, on what it is that we're teaching. And one of the pieces to do that is using our district adopted curriculum so that we are being recursive with our standards. The other thing, as Mr. Cerruti mentioned a couple times, we looked at the data for when you really implement the instructional framework. 0.4 is a number to pay attention to for effect size. Anything that's 0.4 or more makes a big difference. It's like pay attention to this. There's something here that's working. So in the classrooms that we saw good implementation of the instructional framework, we had an overall 0.53 increase. So like 0.53 effect size. So that's for everybody. When we pull out the data for our students with disability, our EL students and our Black students, Black African American, we saw effect sizes in the range of 1.02, 1.04, 1.07, 1.09. So when we're talking about what's culturally and linguistically responsive, when we see outsized growth and achievements, it's not just good teaching, but for these particular groups, we see them just fly and be very successful. That's part of it. So that's one of the reasons why we really want to focus. We keep going back to the instructional framework. That is part of what's culturally and linguistically responsive. Part of our instructional framework references for student talk. Do we have protocols in place? Do we have language frames? The climate itself, do we have norms? Do we have supports for our students so that they can both gain acquisition of English as well as acquisition of whatever content is being taught in a particular classroom? So that's where we would put a lot of our access. The DOK levels I mentioned. If you're in a classroom where it's only DOK 1 and 2, you will never have access to the grade level standards. We've created an opportunity gap. If we give access, then now we have a much better chance of closing that achievement gap. So the rigor of things, that matters. That's culturally responsive.
Thank you. Teacher. The teacher.
The teacher.
What do you mean by instruction? Who's providing the instructions?
Framework, providing instructions that is culturally and linguistically relevant based on the Elko Unified School District.
Right, so that's always the teacher. That's the teacher. And that's why those courses were mandatory.
So we have bilingual teachers
Oh my gosh.
So when we talk about language supports, we're talking about language supports in English, helping kids acquire both the English language in addition to whatever multiple languages they already possess.
What is culturally and linguistic?
So part of what I just addressed is that when we don't have clear practices in place, we are already setting kids up to have gaps. We show more success with students with targeted supports when they are provided a clear learning target. It's like us telling them, this is what's in it for you. If you stay with me, this is what you're going to get out of the next 50 minutes, the next 90 minutes out of this lesson. Here's what you're going to get to learn. And here's how we're going to know you're successful. So when we make that clear to kids, there is more buy-in. There are other pieces having to do with curriculum, having kids represented, seeing themselves in the curriculum.
So this curriculum that you showed as example, we haven't expanded, we haven't.
That's the test. That's the test. That's the
that's
state
test.
test. That's the state test that you think is very important.
So another, it might be a misnomer, but if we only provide instruction in a student's primary language, they will not acquire English. And so we're setting barriers up for students in that way. So part of it is when we train our teachers in how to have really effective English learner strategies, it's helping them access English language, but again, content at the same time.
We're off the agenda again.
This is not part of the no. No. Okay, we're done. Thank you. Thank you for your questions. Okay, we are moving on to the consent agenda. Do we have any blue cards, Mr. Vargas?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this item.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve items 1 through 3 on the consent agenda.
So move.
It's been, what would you like to pull?
Number 1
Thank you.
and number 3.
I would then like to call for a motion to approve item number 2.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas and seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. What is your question regarding number 1?
Personnel action. My understanding. It's my understanding that we provide reports of the ethnic composition of our staff district-wide to the federal government. I'd like to have a report of our ethnic composition of our staff at all levels and within this district by ethnicity.
That's not this item.
It is, that's personnel.
That's not
That's
related
not
to
what
this
this
item.
is.
It's not this item.
Yes.
Move approval of item 1.
Okay.
All those in favor of approval of item 1, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Number 3, what is your question?
This is a very important issue regarding the number 3. And I like a presentation be done on this thing because it's like emergency disaster plan in which our school districts, and the way I read it, it has a lot of loopholes. And it needs to be presented to the community as a presentation to the whole district and the board. There's no correlations at other levels of government. And so we need to sit down as a board to make sure the health and safety of our students in an emergency situation are adhered to at the state and federal level.
All right, thank
School
you.
safety plan are not very well compared to other school districts.
Thank you very much. Can I have a motion to approve item number 3?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved by Mr. Vargas, seconded by Ms. Chavez Espinosa. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Madam Chair, I do want to make one distinction on that. The format that we use is the state-adopted format for safety school plans across the entire state of California. So they are in line with the proper standards.
Thank you. All right, we are going to break for lunch and closed session. Thank you. We are adjourning at 12:57. Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order at 1:25. I'd like to announce that the board has met in closed session, and pending the successful negotiation of and the final board approval of employment agreements at a regular school board meeting, the board took action to support the superintendent's appointments of Corey Buckmaster to the position of Chief Human Resources Officer with a start date of November 6, 2024, and Travis Collier to the position of Executive Director, School Support, with a start date of November 20th, 2024. And I would now like to adjourn the meeting at 1:26.
Thank you all very